Hello, 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 my beautiful souls. Welcome to this reading in reference to what it is that your soul has been trying to tell you and what it needs to tell you right now. As you can see in front of me, these are the exact cards that you saw in the thumbnail that maybe led you to this video. With this card being the significator card for pile number 1, this is for pile number 2, and the Rowan is for pile number 3. We're going to be breaking the reading down into obviously some different questions so we can get specifics, we can get grounded steps of action to take towards the end. I want you guys to be able to walk away from this reading with not just clarity and insight and information, but like literal grounded steps to start putting into your own life, okay? So the way we're going to be diving into this, the first thing we're going to look at is obviously what it is that your soul has been trying to tell you. Then we're going to move into why it has been hard to hear this, like why has it been hard? And then thirdly, what is your soul truly craving right now? And then lastly, how to honor the message that you just received. So that could be grounded steps. That's going to be tips and tools and things to use after the reading is complete moving forward within your life. Okay, guys? With that being said, if you feel like you still need a moment to select your card to take you to the right pile, I really invite you to take a moment to bring in a nice inhale through the nose, sending air all the way down to your pelvic area, holding it at the top for 3, 2, and 1, letting an HA sound of an exhale out the mouth, deflating your body from the air. And then doing that again, inhaling through the nose, sending air all the way down to the pelvic area, filling the belly, the diaphragm, the lungs, holding it at the top for 3, 2, and 1. HA sound out the mouth, letting the breath wash over the body. And whenever that exhale is complete for you, I do invite you to continue going back to your own natural rhythmic breathing pace. I invite you to close your eyes for a moment. And maybe take note, asking yourself, how does it feel to have your eyes closed if they are? Do you feel safe in this moment? So you can ask yourself where your center might be for today, whether it be your third eye area, your chest, your belly, your sacrum, or maybe you just can't find it, and that's absolutely okay. Because then maybe it is your whole body. And I want you to send nice air and breath to that area that you see to be your center. Connecting to your inner space, your inner knowing, your intuition before selecting your pile. And as you continue to breathe there, simply ask, what is it that my soul needs to tell me right now? What is it trying to tell me? And whenever you're ready, I invite you to slowly bring your eyes back open. Take a look at the imageries in front of you and really see where your soul and your intuition is pulling you towards when it comes to the pile of your choosing in terms of helping you find out the message for today's reading, okay? It could be more than one, obviously. There's no right answers here because it is your intuition guiding you. And whenever you are ready, my beautiful soul, I will meet you at your part of the video. Hello, my beautiful pile number ones. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, what is it called? The white poplar tree. And it also says Ida, or Edad. Edad. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Then you already know that this reading is for you in reference to what your soul needs to tell you right now. And it's been trying to tell you for quite a while. I felt super called to use my Spirit of Nature Oracle deck to get the significator cards out. I have not studied this deck a whole ton, but I know I bought it when I went to Salem, Massachusetts to go check out the coolness over there. It was like during Halloween time. It was very, very beautiful. Highly recommend everyone goes check it out at least once if you're into that stuff. And also if you're really into hiking, because it's in Massachusetts and I got to go see a waterfall. It was amazing. Anyways, because of that, I've had this deck for like the longest time now. And I always tell myself, like, I'm gonna use it when I learn this. And let's be honest here, like, I have over 70 plus different decks, and I don't know everything that there is to know about it. Or Oracle, the deck site I own in general. So we're gonna be using the booklet here to understand what the significator card is and what is the meaning of this tree and its overall significance in general. So let us just kind of get into it that way. And also I did want to let you guys know, if you guys have been subscribed to me for a while now, I just wanted to share that there is a little bit of an update, or at least today I did feel called to do things this way. Who knows if it's going to shift. I have a tendency to be very last minute or spontaneous in the way that I do my readings, but I am trying things a little bit differently and see how things last, how long the video will last, like your reading would last, if I did the shuffling beforehand. Just to experiment and see, because I don't know, like no one, you guys haven't really been giving me a lot of feedback in regards to how you prefer to receive your readings. Like, do you want me to shuffle on the camera or off camera so you guys we can dive into it quicker? Like, let me know in the comments down below, please. Honestly, I should have even asked that in the intro to this video, but it's fine. So, okay, let us now get into this. So let's find white poplar. Oh wow, okay, great. This is not in alphabetical order, or maybe it is. No, it is not. Okay, so we're gonna have to like try to move through this slowly. Okay, found it. Okay. So, Green Man Wisdom. Animation is the pulse of life. Okay. Everything alive pulses with animation. Just as the white poplar leaves continually quiver and rustle, making the whole tree come alive, so the vital energy of the universe courses through us, affecting the way we live. Sometimes this energy is accepted joyfully, helping us to move forward with determination. At other times, when confidence has been shaken, the power of life can become so overwhelming that we tremble before it. By refinding our natural rhythm, we join in the dance of life with power and energy. Those who are animated hold the attention of others when speaking, pulling the energy of life itself into each of their gestures. Edad's meaning, I hope I am pronouncing, this is an alphabet in Ogham, the Celtic Ogham tree alphabet. This is the letter, by the way. So Edad's meaning centers around movement from stasis to action. This card, ooh, I just realized we're on page 88, so maybe the number 88 has some significance here. If you guys are taking notes, which I also forgot to put in the intro, please make sure you're taking notes. These readings tend to be very lengthy and extremely detailed, so I want to make sure you guys take what resonates, leave what doesn't, and then look at the overall messages in your journal after you wrote it down, okay? Forgot to mention that. But 88 may have significance here. I know the number 8 is about like abundance, right? And we think about the affinity symbol when we think about the number 8. What is coming in my head right now is what goes around comes around, but I don't know why. So let's keep reading. ADHD just took full effect, sorry guys. This card encourages us to move ahead with positivity and determination. One can see why the Ogham word lists use animation for the poplar, since its leaves seem to tremble constantly. Christian myth describes this as a punishment meted. I don't know what that word is right here, meted, out to the tree after it was used to form the timbers of the cross. I'm not reading that. White poplar rather than black is said to be lucky to have curative properties. Sacred to the semi-divine hero Hercules, poplar wood was used to make particularly durable war shields. Its height and shape also made it a particularly effective lightning conductor. Ooh, okay. Powerful strides. That's what I'm hearing. Powerful strides, taking powerful strides towards something. So white poplar was added to trees that were sacred to the gods of thunder and storm. Oh wow. Okay, so reckoning. What did I just say before? I already forgot. Taking great strides or something? Trees of resurrection. White poplar is meant to have acquired its particular coloring when Hercules wore a crown made from its leaves as he descended into the underworld. The tops of the leaves were scorched by fire, while the undersides turned bright from reflecting the hero's radiance. Again, in Greek legend, the poplar tree is associated with resurrection, hence its connection with later Christian legends. Both poplars and aspen are sacred to Persephone, Greek goddess of the underworld, who enters the darkness at the start of winter and reemerges in spring, bringing life back to the dead earth. A white poplar stands at the threshold of the classical underworld, its roots sitting in the river of Lethe. Samhain smoke. Both white and black poplars, as well as aspen, have strong connections with the winds, which are said to speak when the leaves rustle together. This has led to the widespread use of their buds, bark, and leaves to make incense for use of divination. Among the Celts, poplar is especially connected with the festival of Samhain, which is actually coming up while I'm filming this. Like, this is technically going to be uploaded in January, month of January, 2026. This is a timeless reading, right? But I content batch. So I just find it interesting because November 1st is, I think, like almost 2 weeks away. When old, outworn thoughts and ideas are allowed to drift away on the smoke of incense fires. Trees of the moon. Classical tradition equates 3 trees with the triple aspects of the moon goddess. The aspen is the maiden, the white poplar is the mother, and the black poplar is the crone. All 3 trees have associations with the figure of the hero who is often guided by the goddesses and whose luck is potent, enabling the conquest of the most terrible challenges. The leaves' movement and their whispering voices can induce a trance-like state that can enhance even the strongest person. Okay, so animation is the pulse of life. Being animated is to be like excited, to have fire, a pep in your step. There is something about action here. There is power here. There is lightning, sacred growth of some kind. Taking great strides keeps coming through. So it's time. This is a commencement. There is an announcement that your soul has to make. When it comes to what your soul's been trying to tell you, we're about to dive into that right now. But I really do love that the book gave us so much like insight and history and background on your tree that you felt drawn to, that led you to this pile, guys, because this is just giving us further insight that there is something about fire, there is something about power, strength, taking great strides, because that keeps coming through. But it's leading you to something, whatever abundance means to you, it's leading you there. And the reason why I'm saying abundance is because I'm thinking about the page that it landed on, 8, and 8 is just giving me like a travel of some kind. But you're in the phase of it. There's a commencement here. Okay. With that being said, the only decks that I didn't shuffle in advance and get cards out for was like my transparent tarot deck and some other tarot decks that I have on the side over here. You guys are not able to see it. The reason why I didn't is because honestly, I wasn't even sure if we're gonna need those tarot decks when we get to that point in the reading. So, you know, we're gonna kind of do everything as organic as possible, and Source is gonna kind of show us the way in reference to like how many decks we're meant to use. We'll kind of see how everything unravels as we go. I do not know why my camera keeps trying to like focus. Is it focusing right now? Is it trying to focus? I don't think so, right? Just want to make sure we're good because I don't want your eyes to hurt, guys. Okay. So yes, we're going to be using the transparent tarot for this first part of your reading. I already got some tarot cards. I was really expecting to just get 1 out of here, but we got 5. It's called One Tarot in 2i. I don't know. And I just thought it was really, really cool because it gives you like some more keywords and there's some bonus cards. I really like it. It just adds more insight and depth to the readings in general. And then we are also going, see, yeah, my camera is doing that annoying thing. Let me make sure that it's good. Okay, hopefully it doesn't start being annoying. But if it does, you know, I'll just switch it back to a certain setting that I was using originally when I would record readings for you guys. It's just a little bit more tedious for me, but I just want you guys to have the smoothest watching experience. Okay, so we already have a pile of cards here. And as I was shuffling, gathering the cards, there are some decks from these cards that did want back of the deck energy to be shown. So I was gonna reveal those to you first before we start using all this stuff here. And again, like I said, we're diving into first what your soul's been trying to tell you specifically, pile number one. So when it comes to the back of the deck's energies, you guys have received the Two of Wands in reverse. Is it focusing? Okay, the Two of Wands in reverse. And this card is ruled by Aries. I believe this is the Mars symbol. And it says, lacking strategy, reassess, make adjustments, set goals, and define your purpose. Trying to make this focus, guys, I'm sorry. Okay. And then we also received back the deck energy with Snake. And what I find really intriguing about this is my Malefique Lenormand deck. This is giving me insight with the number 7, that there is something you need to be patient with right now, but you're having a little bit of trouble with it. And I think the patience is wearing thin currently while you're watching this. This is a timeless reading, right? So whenever you're watching this, it seems to me like there is some sort of either attachment or deception going on in your life. And it could be isolating you or leading you to want to either self-isolate or isolate with somebody. Those are two very different things that are coming through, but that is what I'm seeing. But then here's the interesting part. It's holding you back from being able to like figure out how to move forward from here. And so it kind of might feel like the action or taking action, the fire in your belly, like it doesn't feel like it's fully ignited right now because there is something else that's taking up your focus right now. But we did get another back of the deck energy here that says miracle with the number 33. It's my sacred geometry deck. And it says the frequency of miracles supports our belief in ourselves as a part of source, and therefore our belief that anything is possible. So there is still, you still have an upper hand to what is going on right now, pile number one. It just feels you might just not be noticing that, you might not be feeling that way right now, but the universal energy and where you're at is saying like, you're probably stuck in some sort of deception that's keeping you from seeing what is actually meant to come to the surface. And I feel like there may have been like a recent change that happened in your life in some sort of area. I do want to see what the snake does stand for to give us some more insight here. So I am getting my little page out. Okay, so it says snake, danger, desire, seduction, betrayal, conspiracy, and wisdom. And then the Queen of Cloves is the Queen of Wands. Danger, desire, seduction. Okay, so now I'm also hearing like desperation, paranoia. There's this feeling of helplessness, or, oh, maybe that's why I was picking up on it, self-isolation, because you're afraid of isolating, being by yourself for long periods of time. It's gonna really depend on, you know, your situation. So take what resonates and leave what doesn't. But with that, let us now start getting into the juicier stuff here. So I'm debating how I want to do this. I think I want to start with the transparent tarot, okay? So I was about to start doing reversals, but the reversals in this deck don't make sense. Okay. So let me just get it shuffled and we'll see what really comes up. I've been trying to do things very organic lately in my readings to really give source the upper hand when it comes to the channel messages that are meant to come through. So let's begin. What has pile number one soul been trying to tell them? Make sure this isn't falling. Okay. What has pile number one's soul been trying to tell them? So we have the Knight of Wands coming through with the Six of Wands. All right. Let's keep shuffling. What has pile number one's soul been trying to tell them? All right, so we already got two pairings here, and it is the Six of Cups. Oh, there's actually three pairings here. So we have the Six of, okay, let me read this in order. The Four of Wands, the Devil card, and the Six of Cups. And then let's do one more. Let's get one more little setup. What has pile number one's soul been trying to tell them? What has pile number one's soul been trying to tell them? Okay. So this is the Hierophant with the Queen of Cups and the Page of Wands. Okay. So let us look here. Okay, I'm just moving the deck away so it doesn't distract me. And then I'm debating if I want to use this right now. I'm just taking a look at the cards, guys. Okay, let's do it. We're gonna just go for it and reveal the rest of the tarot. It's not that I can't depict everything, but I feel like to give you like the most straight up reading, and I don't want to feel like I'm repeating myself in circles if that ends up being the case, because I have no clue what these cards are, guys. This one wants to start up. Let's do it this way. So we have 5 cards coming out here. The first one that wants to come through is the Ten of Pentacles upright. Let's make this focus. So it says a family legacy. This is ruled by Virgo. And I believe, I don't know what that symbol is. I'm having a brain fart moment. This isn't focusing, I'm sorry. This is wealth, patriarch, domestic duty, lineage, buying a home, image, privilege, security, estate. Okay, Ten of Pentacles. Next up, oh, okay, we have the Ten of Wands. And it says heavy load, Sagittarius energy, that's Jupiter. Brink of collapse, responsibilities over the limit, overwhelmed, almost there, overloaded, done, in all caps. So 2 tens next to each other. Thirdly, we have the Knight of Cups, and this one's in reverse. So there's a trine energy, Piscean energy, unrequited lover, heartbreaker, manipulative, disappointment, revoked offers, obsessed. Knight of Cups in reverse. And then second to last is the Nine of Swords upright with, this has to be Mars energy, or is this Mercury? Guys, I'm sorry if my brain with symbols right now hasn't been the best. It's really genuinely because I've been doing pick a card recordings back to back to back like crazy this entire week, because I've been trying to reach a personal goal so I can start showing up on different social media platforms for my business. So bear with me. But okay, Nine of Swords, and it's upright, and it says mental anguish, psychological trauma, lost hope or love, dark thoughts, anxiety, fear, nightmares, insomnia, worry, and no. Okay. And then lastly for the cards, we have the King of Pentacles. Again, there's a trine here. And it says ultimate provider, strong sense of self-worth, financially stable, hardworking, dependable, successful, grounded, abundant, secure, and stable. Okay. Let us start looking at the other cards as well. So we have here with spiritual advice card, it says honor your boundaries, respect, understanding, communication, and trust. For higher self card, it says help is on the way. The second one you received is worry, which I was sensing. You got 3 Malefic cards, and then the Sacred Geometry card you received is Merkaba, number 32, adding to 5, there is change here. The frequency of Merkaba supports our ability to use our consciousness to traverse into other layers of reality and dimensions. It activates our access to our Akashic inheritance as well, merging the totality of our experiences into our present to serve our highest purpose. And then the 3 Malefic cards you have received is Woman with the number 29, adding to 11, 2 and 9. This is the Ace of Swords. Tree with the number 5, 7 of Hearts. And then this one wants to go here. We have Birds with the number 12 and the 7 of Pentacles, 7 of Diamonds, right? Okay. Let me see what tree means really quick. Roots, being rooted, growth, health, past connections. Okay. And then 12 for Birds, gossip, meaningless talk, empty promises, anxiety, inner dialogue, haunting thoughts, and phone calls. All right. And then Woman is a woman having connection to this question. Yes. Okay, now let me look at everything. This feels a lot better, and that way we can just kind of dive right into it, right? Okay, so there's a lot here, as you can see. In terms of what your soul has been trying to tell you, pile number 1, you have forgotten how much in control you really are regarding the situation that you are moving through right now. Your soul has been trying to remind you so that you can start putting the power back in your hands. It seems to me as if something may have happened that literally flipped your entire world around, and you could have had expectations, plans for the future at one point in your life while listening to this, and out of nowhere, it feels like the plan where you were going, that whole path you had laid out for yourself or planned out for yourself just collapsed underneath your feet. And now it feels like the trajectory of where you're going, like, you know, you're still moving forward in some regard, but it's not in the way that you thought or where you thought you were going anymore. And it's kind of left you a little bit torn. I'm hearing torn to pieces. And it's kind of heartbreaking in a way, because I'm picturing years and years built on this expectation, this assumption on where it was supposed to go, like your life, that you kind of put this expectation on. However, the thing here is that there are moments where you're not going to be able to plan for everything. And not only that, I don't know why this is coming through, but I am picturing somebody who may have overly shared something, like maybe you, pile number 1, with somebody, like you were overly sharing about like your dreams or goals or endeavors or where your life was going, like where you were hoping for it to go. And they may have put some like energy in the air, and I don't think it was like they were intentionally trying to, but I'm picturing either like jealousy from somebody, or like jealousy or envy regarding like where you're at in life, like what you have, or I don't know, like maybe the life you were born into. There's just some weird deceptive energy going on here, and you didn't see it coming. It wasn't expected, like at all. At all, it wasn't expected. You really thought it was one way when it was a completely different way. And your soul's like trying to tell you, like, just because this set, like the way things unraveled are the way they unraveled, it doesn't mean that like you're doomed. It doesn't mean that, you know, you're not going to get the thing that you've always wanted at the end of the day. There's this like big fear or something that you may have been like sitting on or like letting really swallow your reality whole lately, pile number one. And this, your soul is trying to remind you, like, look, like, just because this and this happened, pile number one, it doesn't mean that all those other things that you were yearning for, desiring deeply for, aren't gonna like take place down the road. Like, they're still coming. But the thing is that like it's dependent upon whether you believe in it still coming or not. It's having to like have faith in that there is something here helping you, that everything is still meant to happen the way it is meant to happen. And what really hurts my heart is you're really like doubting things heavy right now. You're really in your head. Things just feel like the things that you were hoping and planning for didn't work out the way that you hoped. And you're really being called to like understand that this is meant to help you get stronger, so that when the real true thing comes in and you get there, you're ready to handle it and hold it all. This huge switch up, this change, this catastrophic thing that happened, pile number one, it taught you so much. And I know that you cannot deny that as I'm saying it. Like, I can see energetically, like I can sense that you know that just as much as me like saying it out loud. You have learned so much. And I'm hearing it was like a short amount of time. So this could have been like, I don't know why I'm picturing 2 years, but it's like maybe 2-ish, 3-ish years. You learned so much in that like time period. And some of the things that you have learned, it's like aiding you and is going to aid you, like I was about to say traumatically, but I meant to say tremendously as you move down this path. And I know the path seems a little bit foggy right now. The only reason why it feels foggy is because you're still stuck on the things that could have been, is what I'm hearing, like in quotes, could have been. You need to let that go, pile number one. This like circling the drain type of energy that I keep picking up on, it's doing you a disservice. I do feel like, I don't know if there's gonna be like a really old friend of yours that's gonna like come in and try to like help you through this, or like somebody you might look up to. It could be like a parental figure or like a really old friend, but it's like someone that you can just, you like know that they're there. Like, you know that they are someone you can rely on, even if you don't talk to them all the time or connect with them all the time. I am picturing somebody that is gonna like kind of help you with this a little bit, or maybe they have been currently, they're trying to, and I'm hearing like, listen to them. If they haven't come in, then there's something coming in soon that is gonna help you and try to like, I don't know. Now I'm picturing like maybe you're watching a show or like a movie, and then like there's a part in the movie scene or the scene in the show or whatever that like hits you like really hard in a good way. And it clicks things into perspective for you. It kind of shifts your perspective in some way regarding what you're going through. So something like that might actually happen down the road that's going to help. But it feels like your soul, your higher self, is gonna really try to speak to you through like certain depictions and images, either on a screen or like pictures, like billboards and stuff outside. Like, I'm just giving you examples. It's gonna be something you see with your eyes though that's gonna really stand out. But I am picturing like an imagery, like a depiction of some kind. You always had the upper hand in the situation, and you recognize that. Just because things ended here, it doesn't mean that they end entirely for you moving forward. When the things that don't work out release, and we release their grasp, like we release it from our grasp, it just holds and brings in, it makes more space for the right things to come in. You are on a journey of like learning your worth, pile number one. Deeply. And it is because of something of like deception energy, the thing I was talking about, that switch up energy happened.
This isn't the first time something like this has happened is what I'm hearing. And that's what frustrates you regarding it, because it doesn't feel like it's the first time. It feels like this is something that like your old narratives kind of got used to and like learned. But this one, you really thought it was like not gonna happen. And it really, really sucks because, you know, when you're like, oh, okay, like maybe this isn't the thing where I think it is. And then you finally let your guard down and then it switches up on you and you're like, oh my God, like I can't believe I didn't see that coming. Like I did before, like I was a little paranoid, but I let it down, you know? And it took a lot of time for you to let it down. And then once it happened, it's like, okay. But here's the thing, like everything that happened wasn't intentional. Like it was intentional from the other person, but I feel like, okay, your soul is trying to give you like a perspective switch. If this has to do with a person, pile number one, I just want to share, like I am hearing your soul say, you were always like this happened because you were always better than them. Like you were always like a step up in your evolution. Like you were always more evolved, like not better than them in like egoic ways, but you had an ability, like you have grace to you, you have class to you is what I'm picking up on. Like you have this way of just like walking out of a room in silence, but the silence says millions of things that more than words could ever say. Does that make sense? Like your energy does that. It's very powerful in nature. But it's time to start something new. Your heart is ready to, it made space. It's been in the process of trying to make space for something. And your soul is trying to tell you like, it's time for the new thing. It's time to make something new. It's time to start something new. It's time to start filling your cup up again. And it's time to begin this journey of going back at it. You got to believe that there is still greatness for you. And there is. Your journey just begun when it came to the thing that you've been trying to manifest. This is just getting you one step closer. You got to believe in that. I do see that what you want wants you, but the more you like stay stuck, like circling the drain energetically, the more you're going to kind of lag this process. And it's all waiting on you. It's all dependent on like when you start doing the next step. So I am very, very curious to see, like we have a lot of wands energy, right? I am quite curious to see like, because I'm trying to check, like, do we have, like we have no sword energy. We just have wands and then cups. Now I'm picturing, okay, this is weird. Like, don't be too hard on yourself. If you're being too hard on yourself, it's because there may have been something that like snapped. Now I'm picturing some other things that may or may not resonate, guys, but the way that this switch up happened, there could have been some words exchanged or an explosion of some kind internally. And that could also be one of the reasons why you're circling the drain. Because I'm picturing like, I don't know why I heard in my head regret. So I don't know what it is that you could be regretting, pile number one. Again, this is a general reading. So take what resonates and leave what doesn't. Because if it doesn't resonate, it's for someone else listening to this pile, guys. But if the regret aspect does resonate, like obsessing over it, sitting on it, it's not gonna change things. Like there's a reason why the things that happened the way they did. There was some sort of big like explosion or emotional release of some kind that may have happened recently regarding the things that we have been diving into thus far. And that release was very, very necessary. It may have not been super organized the way it happened, but it did what it needed to do to help clear some space energetically from your field. And so you're being left with just the good stuff. And there is more healing to be done. Yes, like I want to make that very clear. But you are exactly on the way to getting that thing. The thing that you were hoping was coming, it's still coming. And you need to keep trusting in that though. And the only way to do that is to start trusting in yourself that the decisions you made with this thing, regarding this thing, where what your heart's been trying to tell you, like all those things are pointing towards the right answers. So just keep doing that. Okay, I am curious now. So let us now move into the next part of this reading, which is going to help us understand, like, why has this message that your soul's been trying to tell you, like, why has it been so hard to hear this? I think it's going to add even more clarity here. So let us get into it. I already got the oracle cards. Well, I tried to shuffle for some oracle cards, and I did just receive back of the deck energies for these decks, except for one. One did have cards come out. It was my chakra wisdom deck. So I have my shadow work deck, and you guys received guilt. Release the chains. Let me make you guys be able to see this. Okay, it says release the chains of past mistakes and embrace the growth they bring. Remorse, shame, oh, regret. Okay. That's kind of funny how I just like last minute said regret and it happens to say regret. Release the chains of past mistakes and embrace the growth they bring. And then this card that was covering it is obsession. So let me make this focus. It says, release the chains of thought and free your mind. Fixation, compulsion, preoccupation. You're like circling the drain, and now it's like, this gives me a nice insight of why I never say that word. Like I literally was picturing something circling a drain, and it's like, now I get it. So with guilt and obsession, let me figure out where to put this stuff. I layer, guys. I do layer things up. Okay, something really heartbreaking is also coming through. For some of you guys, this might resonate, but there may have been like a really huge falling out that happened with familial lines. It could have been like cousins, or it could have been like your immediate family, or people that raised you, people you look up to. But it was like, I'm hearing long time coming. And the reason why it hurts so much is because it's like, your mind can always like think it until it actually happens, and then you're like, oh, okay, this actually happened, and then it like really does hurt, because then you have to do the thing that you never really wanted to do until you have to. But I am hearing it was the right choice, if that does resonate. Okay, so where is the card? Okay, so you guys also did receive perfection, ruled by the root chakra. And then the card that was covering it is renewal, also ruled by the root chakra. So this is giving me more emphasis on the tree card that we have here. And the reason for that is because this is showing to me like it's been hard to hear this, because it's hard to accept it. It's hard to accept that what's done is done. And you are a little bit too hard on yourself, in the sense of like, I think you were kind of like conditioned though to like think that. I don't know by who. This could have been something that was deeply like embedded into you, like since a young age, or it could have been like from a past relationship of some kind. But it ties deeply to how you would describe yourself to somebody. This quality that you deal with when it comes to perfectionism. When you care about something, you care extremely deeply. But there comes a point where you know you need to put you first. And I think you have finally started, or just recently, like hit the tip of the iceberg with that acknowledgement. And your soul has come here to kind of like help you work through that the unraveling that has happened in your life. But it has been hard to hear this, because you were still, or why it was hard to hear this before, it's because like you're still in the process of accepting it. Like you're still in this process of releasing the old and embracing the new. It's still fresh in the system. And so it is hard to hear. And we do have one more deck that we did get to, so I just want to make sure we show it. So this card, it came out, it's the back of the deck energy, and it says limitations and fears, but then it sneaked up vanity and pride at the bottom. So I wanted to show you guys that. Fears, limitations, vanity, and pride. And then the card that was covering it is reflection and projections. So someone didn't want to admit that they were in the wrong. Someone didn't want to admit that, I don't know, like they can't give you what you want, pile number one. That's the heartbreaking thing. It's like we want to think so hard that the people we love or care about, or because I really think there's people involved here, pile number one. There was so much hope in what may have happened, and then like the switch up just like broke you in a way, but you've gotten hurt before is what I'm hearing. Like this isn't the first time. It's just that you wanted to keep believing and believing and believing. And that's one of the things about you, pile number one, is that, oh, now I get why there is more emotions here, because you do tend to use your heart a lot when it comes to how you move forward on things, specifically about the situation you are in. And that's why it has been hard to hear this, because sometimes your emotions can get the best of you. They can kind of leave you feeling a little empty-handed when you're circling the drain. I'm going to keep saying that because it keeps coming through with the why, like questioning things. It's important to you to get to the bottom of things, but this is something that you just have to practice acceptance for. There's no need to try to decode or debunk anything else here. And that was another reason why it was so hard for you to hear this or move through it. It feels like you kind of had an inner knowing about what I've been talking about so far since we started this reading for you. That's why it's interesting to me, because it's like, I think you were too stubborn to accept it and embrace what we've been speaking about so far. And that was one of the biggest things that made it difficult. I'm hearing you didn't do anything wrong. I'm also hearing the best is yet to come. And these are just channeled things coming through. Let me see though. I am feeling called now to use an additional tarot deck. So we're gonna layer right now. And I am feeling called to use my tattoo tarot deck. This is called tattoo tarot, like literally. Let us get some more clarity. So why has it been so hard for pile number one to hear what their soul has been trying to tell them? Why has it been so hard for pile number one to hear what their soul has been trying to tell them? Okay, so we got the devil coming through. The devil was here earlier. And then, let me see here. This one is a significator. Okay, we have temperance. Back of the deck energy is the 10 of Wands. The 10 of Wands is coming through again like it was over here. It was a really, really big punch to the gut type of thing. It really blew the wind, took the wind out of you type of thing. It was really something that you were not expecting at all, because of how much you had your heart in it, how excited it brought, how much excitement it brought to you. It's just like, you were really, I'm seeing someone who was genuinely just minding their own business, like kind of doing their own goals of some kind. And then something just happens out of the blue, out of nowhere, and it stings. It really, really stung how this all unraveled. And so it's like you're still trying to download that with temperance as a significator. So when I get a significator card, I just want to keep in mind before I reveal the rest of the stuff here, that is going to be the energy that's influencing all these cards here. Okay, does that make sense? So why has it been hard to hear this? Let's get more information on top of everything we've shared. So we have the Fool, the Devil, the Star, and then the 6 of Cups at the end here. So you have 4 major arcana cards, okay? There's a lot of, this is a massive thing that you're going through. So I want to make it very, very clear. Let's take a look again at the back of the deck where we got Miracle. The number 33 is a master number. Highly recommend you guys look into it, but I do believe I was reading up on it a couple weeks ago for myself personally because I was seeing this number everywhere. And this number is like about somebody who's a master manifester. There is energy here of a reminder that this is all meant to happen. This is the beginning of your rise in power. This is the commencement of your rising. I don't know how else to explain it except just the way I did it. There is power being built through this process. Whether you accept it or understand it or see it right now or not, you are literally in the process of integrating all of this. And that is why it's been hard to hear like fully and understand everything that we've dived into when it comes to the soul and what it's been trying to tell you, because you are aware of everything we spoke about. Like, you know that. It's so hard to sit with. It's hard to just step back up after you've been like literally like nailed to the ground and act like nothing's happened. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to be nonchalant about it because of how big of a thing this actually was for you. But here's the thing though. The thing that is really just getting in your way is the self-limiting beliefs. And you keep circling the drain, maybe like reflecting back on like a certain event or memory, like a certain instance that happened, and you keep replaying it in your head is what I'm picturing as well. But you keep thinking like this doomed you or like it ruined something that you were hoping to get, but it only is making space for the better thing to come in. Oh, and I really like this because look, we have a snake here with the Fool, and usually a snake is not depicted in the Major Arcana Fool card, but then we had snake in the back of the deck. And this is giving me insight that you are still like protected. Even though you felt like it really hit you blindsidedly, you are still protected. And what I mean by that is like a snake sheds its skin. And I'm having this idea of like, this was just like the level that you were at in your evolution stage. Like, this was all divinely meant to happen to aid you in your ability to hold heavy emotions. And it's teaching you resilience. It's teaching you perseverance, but it's also teaching you where not to show up in certain areas of your life is what I'm hearing. Like, it was it had to be it had to be as hard of a lesson as it was, or as hard of an experience as it was, because you wouldn't have learned it like for good if it was any other softer way than how it felt then. Does that make sense? But you gotta stop living in the past. You gotta stop thinking or obsessing over like this being the only way to get what you wanted or want as your end goal, pile number one, because that's not the case. There is a reminder here that the stars are still shining bright for you. So with that, let us now see what your soul is truly craving now, right now, given everything that, you know, we're seeing that you've been going through, and how we can sort of show up for you right now, what your soul's asking of you. Okay? So again, I already got the cards set up here. So we are using, I think this is my Black Moon astrology deck. So you guys received back of the deck energies, but the card that covered it is the 10th house with the World, number 34. So 3 and 4 adding to 7 again, patience. And then we have Grand Trine blessings that came out for you with the number 46. And I believe 4 and 6 add to 10. So this is a completion. Like, this was meant to happen. Like, this is a reminder. They just want you to start focusing on you and prioritizing, like, what is the real reason you started showing up for you in that moment, in that instance, whenever what happened. What led you to want to do that? Because I am picturing somebody who did put their foot down for something, and it might have been you, and that's something that you keep circling the drain for. Maybe you were doubting if that was even the right decision, but I am hearing that it definitely was. Like, you know what you were doing. You knew what you were doing, and you knew that it had to happen the way it did. I'm picturing someone who used to be gaslit, or you're gaslighting yourself. So stop that. And when it comes to what your soul is truly craving right now, we have the 10th house with the world. So let's just keep unraveling the rest. 10th house with the world. We're going to just lay everything on top of each other again. We also received whale with breach, along with tsunami wake up call. Oh, I never got this card before, and I've had this deck for such a long time. And then we actually got a lot of cards for this one, my Heal Yourself deck. And you have received the number 12 with victim consciousness. And then you received alchemy with the number 25, again, 7. 777 may be of importance to you, and it says alchemy. And then we have received self-love with the number 24. And then lastly, family and tribe with the number 20. Let me see. Oh, and then we have one more set of cards here, and this is my Embracing Your Shadow deck. You have received the weight of trauma. Stored trauma can create tension, fatigue, and pain. Healing requires releasing, not ignoring. And you also received the unseen truth. Look beyond illusions. Sometimes the greatest wisdom is hidden in discomfort. Okay. Oh, right. So, what is your soul truly craving right now, pile number 1? They're craving freedom. They're craving, sorry, my throat. Let me take a sip of my tea. Hold on. They're craving freedom. They're craving you putting your head back in the game. They're craving you desiring more out of what you have right now in your life, because you took a stand for something, and that was like the first step to your initiation and commencement of some kind. Like, you are really like starting up something, and it's going to be very, very like powerful. And I'm like, oh, like when I think of what I don't know what it is specifically, guys, but when I keep channeling is something like, oh my God, like this is so exciting. Like, it's giving me goosebumps. Like, it's hyping me up. It's making my blood surge. It's like, oh my God, oh my God. Like, I'm feeling excitement. There is something huge starting for you. But your soul, in order for this to come through, you have to release that cycle of circling the drain. Like, you need to release the thing that you keep replaying over in your head. You need to release this idea that whatever was let go of, that may have happened recently, this huge collapse, whatever just got destroyed, it crumbled because it's only taking you closer to your real truth and where your soul is really has been asking you to go. And you know that deep, deep down. What crumbles with it, and what crumbles with it when it happened, was another old layer of you that doesn't belong to this new reality anymore, or the new reality that you're slowly stepping into right now. And so your soul is really asking of you to really just accept it as what it is, and understand that the past is in the past for a reason now, and what is in your present now is what matters most. What is here right now in front of you? If you can look around, look at your senses, work with your senses, because I feel like you're too deep in the darkness right now of the thinking regarding all of this, that you're not really seeing what's right in front of you that can help you move through it a little bit better, and can also benefit where you've been trying to go since this whole thing started up for you. Because it's still there waiting for you to take it. But in order to do that, you have to start caring for yourself. You have to start shifting how how much weight you're putting on yourself, because it really felt like you, like I was picturing the gaslighting, it still feels like it's there. Like you're kind of hard on yourself right now. And your soul is craving more acceptance. Your soul is craving more forgiveness for what was. Like, and not for anyone else, but for you. You know what I mean? Because this weight isn't meant to be carried into your future. And it's until you start doing the grounding and the acceptance part on your end, this commencement doesn't begin. It's waiting on you. I'm hearing this is what you wanted. Like, this is what you wanted. It's just that the whole picture isn't in full form just yet. So you might feel very lost and you doubt it. You've doubted it before. But it's time to start embracing what is now and what could be as you move through it. But it's only if you move through it, you'll be able to figure it out. You gotta trust. You gotta believe in it. I need you guys to write down the number 777 if you haven't yet, because please, I really feel like you're being asked for that. Because it's gonna add into this message, specifically on what your soul is truly craving of you right now. You are rising in power. It's rising in progress, pile number one. Let's add more into this, because we're gonna now move into how you can honor this message, or how you're meant to. How do you? And I already got the cards out, obviously, and this is gonna help us know better about what your soul's craving. So we have my Oracle of Ascendance deck. You guys have received back of the deck energy with Kundalini. And then the card that did come out is the Heart Chakra. And I was talking about forgiveness, so it's feeding into that. How to honor this. Honor the shedding. So since this is the back of the deck energy that did come out, Kundalini is like your energy stored. And this is kind of also like snaky, and like it's coiled energy inside of you, but it rises to the surface from like your root to your crown kind of thing. And I'm picturing Kundalini rising energy. You're slowly gathering your resources right now. You've been in a process of trying to do that, but the process can go much smoother if you stop circling the drain, right? We've talked about that already a couple of times. To do that, the first step to this is to acknowledge what is now. You need to identify what is going on right now and be factual, be logical with yourself. There is a lack of being just brutal and blunt with yourself right now. And I think your soul is like trying to help you kind of be more factual right now, because it's going to kind of aid you in being like, okay, now I get it. Because that why that you keep asking, that question you keep asking and reflecting on, you can simply answer it by being like blunt about it and not letting the feelings keep making things circle and circle and circle. Because there is a rising that's trying to come through, but the rising can only come through if you reawaken to the call. The call hasn't left. It's that you haven't forgave yourself. You need to release it. You need to release it. We have another deck, and the back of the deck energy that was here as well is drowning. So this is feeding in more into like that energy of like using, like the emotions are really heavy right now. They might be, it feels like you're in a whirlwind, a whirlpool of your own feelings, and you might feel like you're literally drowning in them, right? So to honor this message is to tap into the acceptance, tap into the acknowledgement, be brutally honest with yourself. Like, what led to the things the way they did? And you can literally make a pros and cons list. Like, you can literally ask yourself, like, what led me to doing what I did? You know, be like very logical here. For some reason, I keep picturing like logic is really gonna help you, and understanding that like you can always choose your own tribe, that you don't need to be the only tribe that's meant for you isn't the one that you're born to. That's not always the case. There's a lot of different things that keep coming through here, but this is also reminding me of like the help is on the way card, and you're just getting closer to what you want. your soul's craving this acceptance, and acceptance of like you accepting yourself, because once you can do that, you're gonna feel like the power is already starting to rise. The other cards you guys have also, sorry, these are upside down. The other cards you guys have also received is wisdom and warmth. And then you also got another back of the deck energy with Sacred Creator deck. So again, we're still diving into how to honor this message. You got one step ahead is all you need. And you have 4 Sacred Creator cards. First one, again with 7, choose who you are becoming. Exactly. Next up, with the number 52, again with a 7, 5 and 2 adding to 7. Guys, the confirmation with the number 7 here is insane. Limitations inspire innovations. I think we got to read the booklet for this card. And you see how they're kind of still resembling the color green here? The next one is the number 6, collaboration of souls. And then lastly, with the number 54, fall in love with your own story. Oh, I think I'm understanding this now. Okay. So how you can honor this message that you received in terms of what your soul is craving. Now I get why you guys got family and tribe, that family and tribe card. I was like trying to really sit with it. You are on a journey to sculpting and paving your own path, forging it for yourself, pile number 1, right? We can make that very clear, and we know that you have what it takes to do just that. Who cares what anyone else thought back then? Like up until this point, you are capable of way more than you realize, and that's what your soul has been trying to say throughout this whole reading, right? But here's the thing. With collaboration of souls and fall in love with your own story, with the fact that I put these two together, it seems to me like you talking to people in terms of how to honor this message, like you talking to people about this, sharing your story, being in like community or circle with other people that are also sharing their own stories. And the reason why I'm saying this is because we have the number 6, but 5 and 4 add to 9. So it's 6 and 9, and those are the numbers in reverse, but it's also giving me Cancer energy because the symbol of Cancer looks like that. Oh, I did it. Hey, that's kind of cool. Wait, it looks like that. Like that. I'm trying to see if I can do it. You guys get what I'm trying to do. So because of that, it's like there's a mirroring effect here. And that also gives me further confirmation because we had projections in mirror with the yin yang deck I had, but I'm not going to try to look for it because it's somewhere under there. And it was, okay, sorry, let me go back to what I was saying. The way you can honor this message is by talking to people that are going through their own things. Like you need to feel understood right now and supported. That is like something that I feel like you're kind of lacking. And I think you can agree with me on that. You feel like you're kind of doing something on your own right now. And that there's also a fear with that as well. That could also be one of the reasons why you've been circling the drain. But you got to open your heart up to the possibility that there are people like you in the world. And you don't need to just look in your immediate circle and feel like if you're not getting it, then you're doomed and you're meant to do this alone, because that might not be the case. I'm actually picking up that like going to like group support of like those, you know, like those like circles, those support circles. I don't know what I'm thinking of. Like, you know, when like someone, Alcoholics Anonymous, like people go there and it's like a circle and they like all like share what they're going through, like things like that. But it doesn't have to be about alcohol, but it could be about like whatever it is that you're going through. I'm hearing is going to be very, very helpful for you. But another thing that did come through is something that I actually am offering and am in the process of trying to start up. And it is virtual healing circles, gatherings, workshops, and events. If you guys want to check that out, it's in the link in my description box below, in one of the links. And if you go to that link, you'll find it. Okay, I'm gonna label everything when I make the description for this video. But there you can like sign up, it's free, and you're just gonna be put on a waiting list until I start launching these circles or workshops, all that stuff. You're gonna get to specifically personalize what it is that you want to be notified on in terms of the subject regarding healing, or the umbrella of healing. And it can range all the way from astrology for self-discovery and deep healing, to new moon, full moon circles and ceremonies, all the way to neuroscience and how to rewire your brain and understanding nervous system regulation. So, you pick what you want to do there. I'm really making sure that they're going to be as affordable as possible. Some things might be as high as just like max $12. Other things are going to be $8. You know what I mean? So if that's something that you're interested in, I highly recommend, because I do feel like you talking about this is one of the biggest thing that's really, really going to help you. But it can't just come from like, I'm not picturing therapy. Therapy is great. Okay. I'm not saying don't go to therapy, but these cards specifically, and then with, family and tribe underneath, this isn't giving me the energy of like one-on-one counseling. This is giving me the energy of like a support system. And you feel seen, you feel held, but you also don't feel pressured. You don't always have to talk if you don't want to. Like, it just feels like the energy there is gonna help you be able to mirror what you're going through. And then you're gonna have revelations because of other people's experience. It's really cool what I'm seeing in my head in terms of how you can honor this message. So that is something that's coming through, so if that's something you're open to, I really feel like this is gonna help. Because I am hearing, who am I? So if you're also still trying to figure out who you are, one step ahead is all you need. Like, I am just picturing that you are very much on your way to figuring that out. Like I said, you're in rising in progress, right? With your significator card here that came through that led you to picking on this pile. To honor this message, you're meant to just start and brainstorm and reflect. Ask yourself, like, what are the things that bring you joy? What are the things that bring you peace? You have a lot more knowledge on that than you realize. And I think some of you guys may have some collapse may have happened because you chose yourself over some other thing that didn't involve your highest truth. If that is the case, I am just hearing like you need to keep going forward. I do feel called to read what this card is about in the booklet for Sacred Creator deck. So let me just go to that page and we can read that together. And then we're gonna move on to dive into some cards that I also did shuffle and receive for you. So you're gonna receive like self-reflection prompts that were divinely meant to come out for you. In here, there's like self-discovery / self-reflection prompts. These are prompts that you can journal on in your own time. Once this reading is complete, you can screenshot it. I am gonna read them out loud though. And I also shuffled and got cards out for you for essential coping skills. So these are exercises. You got 2 exercises for stress and anxiety relief. It's going to help you build resilience and daily well-being in your life. And then we also got a stress less practice for you guys as well. Okay, so these are all tools and things to help you hold yourself accountable on this journey moving forward. And these cards are what did come out for you. So, we're going to dive into that as well afterwards. And then finally, the final channel messages that came through for you to finish up your reading. So let us go into page 52. Okay. So it says, limitations inspire innovation. Self-care message, believing that your limitations are permanent, settling for less, assuming limitations mean failure. Which one of the 3 words on this card grabbed most of your attention? Limitations inspire innovations. Did you get excited about the idea of being inspired or about the amazing opportunity you have to create something totally innovative? Or did you immediately get sucked into the word limitation with a twinge of disappointment or a lament for the things that aren't going to happen today? This is an extremely positive card despite any appearances to the contrary. When we have the self-awareness to sense our current limitations, we can clearly see the opportunities for improvement and progress. Adopt a mindset of self-mastery and see the hurdles for what they are. Self-imposed limitations, lessons in disguise, amazing opportunities for self-discovery and growth, and limiting beliefs that beg to be released. This limitation is not permanent. It is indeed changing rapidly, and you will transcend this barrier to your success. Allow your current limitations to motivate your growth. And here you go. Here's a practice that comes through with this card. Brainstorm with, 111. There's a new beginning, commencement. Yes, confirmation of that. What we've been talking about is truth. Brainstorm with the universe in a limited way. Pick a word. The first word that comes to mind is right. Or if you want to be sure that serendipity is stepping up to the plate, grab a book, open to a random page, and point to any word. That is your word. Trust that the universe gave you the right word. Then ask, how can I connect my current situation with this seemingly random idea? What would a truly creative solution look like if I incorporated blank, insert word here? Okay, I am trying to hold this as still as I can for you guys to take a screenshot or write it down. Okay, pause the video if you have to. I'm going to move the book away. So I really, really love that, and I'm going to leave it as is there when it comes to the exercise. And then let us now look at the self-reflection prompts that came through for you guys and the exercises. So for the first one, how will you define success in 5 years? How will you define success in 5 years? Next up, describe your perfect day. How do you imagine it would feel to experience this? Describe your perfect day. How do you imagine it would feel to experience this? I feel like this prompt is specifically coming out for you to shift your perspective and help you start the integration so the commencement can begin. So if you do reflect on this prompt in your own timing pile number 1, describe your perfect day for right now when it comes to what you've been dealing with recently. Okay, and then use it that way. That's just what's coming through here. So, all right, I'm gonna just change the card out. I hope you guys have been taking notes and been pausing the video when you know you need to. And then for the last prompt you received is, oh wow, what are you waiting for? Circling the drain. What are you waiting for? For the 2, you actually received 2 exercises here. The first one is, Dear Emotion. Write a letter to an emotion that you are having a hard time with or that you would like to have more of. The example here is fear, grief, or happiness. Tell this emotion its current role in your life, how it has affected you, and your hope for its future role. Please take the screenshot. All right. Next up, accountability partner. A healthy dose of peer pressure can keep you motivated and moving forward. Schedule check-ins with someone who supports your goals. Ideally, someone who could serve as your cheerleader and drill sergeant. That's what I'm saying. It feels like you're meant to do something with peers. And that's why I shared the healing circle. Honestly, this could also be like doing one-on-one coaching work as well, because it's accountability, right? But, even like commenting on this video, like subscribing to the channel and like going in the community tab, or I don't know if you have to be subscribed to post on the community tab, but you are more than welcome, pile number 1, to go there and hold yourself accountable. And I can do check-ins on that same post that you would upload there. Cause I think now YouTube, like you're able to like post things on the community board, I think it's called on YouTube now. So, I hope you guys took a photo of this and we'll be able, I don't know why it's not focused. Okay, now it is. So take a photo, do what you gotta do, but we are going to switch it. And lastly, for a stress less practice, give yourself mind candy. Give yourself a thought treat, just like you would a piece of cake at a party. What is the most delicious, happy thought you can think of? What thought makes you smile? Bring that thought into your mind and bathe in it for 5 to 10 minutes. The body reacts to positive thoughts with good hormones, which help your body relax. So you have all your little practices here. And honestly, for this as well, this is also just telling me if you do want to see, if you guys do therapy right now, you guys might really benefit to schedule a free soul clarity call with me and see if we could be a good fit to work together. Because what I do with my clients, typically it depends on what's happening in your life and stuff. I'm a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing, but it does seem like, okay, so what I do is if you do have a therapist, I always try to ask if we can work together. I can give them feedback on the sessions that we do together. But we can dive into that in a free call together. If that's something you're interested in, the link is in the description box below and you can sign up for that. And it'll take you to my link tree so you can learn more about like who I am and what I do, why I do what I do and things like that. But okay. Let us now do the final channeled messages from source that you have received, my beautiful pal number ones, to finish up your reading. Or maybe this is the final messages from your soul. So I have already gotten out the cards and I got some pieces of paper from my jar of channel messages. So let us look at the cards first. You got 3 angel number cards, so I'm very curious to see what these are. For the first one, you have 000 with guidance. Angel whispers, you have full support of the divine. The guidance you are seeking is here and your life is moving in the right direction. This is the start of a new beginning. Where one cycle ends, a new begins. Affirmation. I trust in the magic of new beginnings. I feel the support and guidance that is all around me. You know you are very heavily loved. Even if I'm a stranger, you have unconditional love right in front of you because I believe in you. And I bet all the other people that pick pile number 1 believes in you too. Next up, 1313 with clarity. Angel whispers, as the storm passes, the clarity is felt faster than lightning is seen against a dark sky. I love that it mentions that because the significator card for the white poplar tree was about lightning and the gods of lightning, right? So that's confirmation, right? The divine is reminding you that clarity is readily available. All you have to do is ask. You have weathered the storm and now the sky is clearing. Affirmation. Loving energy surrounds me and I trust that the clarity I feel is the answer I need. All right. And for the final, sorry, I'm just making sure I can, whoop. Okay. And for the final angel number card, you have 911 with courage. Angel whispers, a doorway has opened for you, and while apprehension may be felt, allow courage to flow in as you put your best foot forward. You're being encouraged to let curiosity lead you and know that the divine has your back. Affirmation, I allow courage to prevail as curiosity leads me through new doors. There is fire rising in progress. That's exactly it. And then for your final card today, my beautiful pile number 1s, you have Healing Light Energy card, and it is action. My divine action incites love and harmony. I am aware of my thoughts and driven by positive forces. I listen to my heart, and my desire to manifest light transforms tests into growth, challenges into opportunity, and fear into love. Pause this and write this down. I really encourage you guys to try to practice writing this down 3 times in a row for 7 days straight. I know it's hard. If you do it first thing in the morning or during your morning routine, it would be really good. But I really feel like this is something you guys got to meditate on. So if you can, just write this down, pause the video, do what you got to do. All right. And let us get your final little messages to finish up, guys. For the first one, trying to make it focus. There we go. Yes, you're changing. That's why it feels like grief. Yes, you are changing. That's why it feels like grief. Okay. Mars message. Stop spiritualizing. Okay, I messed up that word. I'm going to reread. Mars message. Stop spiritualizing the fear. Take the step, clean or messy, move. Shit's changing whether you're ready or not. That's what I'm saying. Mars message. Stop spiritualizing the fear. Take the step, clean or messy, move. Shit's changing whether you're ready or not. What's done is done. And that was my little Chihuahua / Yorkie dog mix freaking out for no reason. Sorry you had to hear that. All right. But I think that's just adding emphasis there, so. Okay. This energy is surfacing because you're ready to meet it with love, not fear. Exactly. We've been talking about forgiveness. We've been talking about acceptance. This energy is surfacing because you are ready to meet it with love, not fear. Don't share this reading with anyone. It was meant only for the version of you who picked this pile. Don't share this reading with anyone. This is so trippy because I was sensing oversharing energy earlier, so it's telling you don't share it with anyone. It was only meant for the version of you who picked this pile. Wow, that is also really trippy. And then for your second to last one, if you're asking if you're settling, you probably are. When it's right, you don't have to negotiate with yourself this much. If you're asking if you are settling, you probably are. When it's right, you don't have to negotiate with yourself this much. And then for the final message, my beautiful pile number ones. Okay. Something about this energy feels like a loop. Repeating not because you're repeating not because you're failing, but because your soul wants you to move through it differently this time. Something about this energy feels like a loop. Repeating not because you're failing, but because your soul wants you to move through it differently this time. All right. And that is everything that your soul needs to tell you right now and needs you to know right now, my beautiful pile number ones. I genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, truly hope that this reading resonated with you and it was able to provide to you all the clarity that you may have been seeking that led you to initially clicking on this video in the first place. You know, if you can engage with this video in any way, shape, and form, whether it's sharing it with someone that you think could benefit from it, giving it a thumbs up or a thumbs down, it doesn't hurt, or commenting down below, it really does help support my channel. It helps push out my content and push out the message, the mission that I'm trying to bring in to the YouTube space, which is to really just help heal others and teach others and show others that they are capable of becoming their own most healed version of themselves each and every day, and also how to become their own inner healers. Okay, so if that's something that you do resonate with deeply, do what you can to help push this content out there. I really am asking of you, and it would mean the absolute world to me to know that you guys are also all for helping this world be a better place too in time, because it is healed people that help heal this world. So let's be the ripple effect that does that together. With that being said, I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day. I believe in you. Keep doing the things. Make sure that you do the prompts that you received today. I really do think that all this stuff that you received is going to very, very benefit, but you got to listen to what was said, right? Or else the things don't unravel the way that they're meant to. So with that, hope you have a lovely rest of your day, and hopefully I'll see you in my next readings to come. Bye.
Hello, 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 my beautiful pile number twos. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, the beautiful fern, then you already know that this is your reading in reference to what your soul needs to tell you right now. So just going straight up here, I have yet to fully learn this deck, and I've owned it for years and years and years. So I brought the book here so we can dive into it together and just get right into it, okay? Yeah, I'm like really trying to think if there's anything here that I can sense just by looking at the card. I'm hearing the word opportunity and bright beginnings. Opportunity and bright beginnings. That's what's coming through. So let's see what the meaning or the ancient wisdom that this beautiful tree plant has for us. I don't think it's a tree, a fern, right? No. But let me try to find it because it's not in alphabetical order. Let's see if where I am, it'll be here. Turning the leaves. Nope. Okay, so it is, oh, there we go. That was a lot quicker than the first pile. All right, so it says the green man wisdom of the fern is truth is the preserver of life. Divinatory meaning. In Celtic tradition, the idea of speaking the truth was an important aspect of personal honor and reflected on the qualities of the individual, whether king, queen, hero, or craftsperson. Bards, in particular, were required to speak truthfully, despite the fact that they also had to make praise poems about their masters, which must often have somewhat stretched the truth. Possession of personal wisdom reflected back the idea that truth was observable. Those who were wise could see truth more clearly than those who weren't. Truth also preserved life itself, since to live in a way that reflected a true and honest understanding of the world meant that life itself was improved. The green man wisdom of this card suggests all of this and encourages us to face the truth and to preserve it, in turn discovering our own preservation underneath its cover. Seeking neither to live nor to believe a lie unburdens the soul and allows truth to restore the quality of life. So for fern, the fern lore, like some of the others in this sequence, the fern is not really a tree at all. However, its magical properties are well attested, and we should bear in mind that our modern arboreal categories have not always been as they are now. The fern is seen, first of all, as a preserver, offering shelter to those in need, although it has other properties as well. Belief in its magical power derived from the idea that the fern bloomed and produced seed for a brief period during the night of the summer solstice, and that, according to a 17th century herbal, it carries its seeds, which are almost invisible to the naked eye, on the back of the leaf. In an attempt to explain this phenomenon, the fern was ascribed other wondrous properties. For instance, anyone who succeeded in collecting the seeds could become invisible, and those courageous few often went into the woods at midnight to seek them, though it was said that evil spirits kept at bay anyone who searched for the flowering fern. This curious piece of lore is referred to in Shakespeare's Henry IV, Part 1, in which Gadsil says, we have the recipe of fern seed, we walk invisible. The treasure plant, I guess it's known for. Folk names for the fern ranged from treasure fist to death plant and death flower, and encompassed a wide range of meanings from good to downright sinister. And the further north, when the night became as light as day, the fern's bloom was said to glow like an ember, its spectral appearance announced by thunder. This led people to believe that the fern grew where treasure was buried. The Finns believed that orphan children were most likely to obtain the seeds, presumably because they might be changelings. Fern seeds were said to be guarded by trolls who would try to snatch them away from anyone who persevered in their quest for wealth and magical powers. Secret seeds. One Irish tale tells the story of a man who went to gather fern seed and reported that spirits whispered by his ears, sometimes striking his hat and other parts of his body. But the man persisted, and when he thought he had enough, he had secured the magical seeds in a box. He went home, only to find the box empty. In Britain, it is said that the seeds could only be caught on pewter plates. Some held that 11 stacked plates were required, since the seeds had the property of passing through all the rest and were finally caught on the last plate of all. Okay. So I don't know if you guys are picking up on what I'm picking up on as we read all this lore for the fern, right? What's coming through? Well, first of all, it talks about preservation. So protecting yourself, protecting your truth. And not only that, but we felt there was some trickery, there's some trickster energy, there is some deception energy here as well. So, I find this very, don't believe everything that's told to you. Be discerning with your truth and what is being shared to be the truth, quote unquote. There is a lot of things here, and I'm actually really happy that we read it because there's so much insight that we can now feed into the rest of what's coming through in terms of what your soul is trying to tell you, okay? So we're gonna do just that. And I did already gather cards and shuffle. The only cards I didn't shuffle are some tarot decks that I have to decide in case we're going to need some clarification or clarity on further things depending on the oracle and what the oracle has to say in certain parts of the reading. But let me just make sure that my camera's focused. Oh, okay, it's doing that annoying thing. I'm sorry if it's been doing that the whole time, guys. I really don't want it to be a pain in the butt. If I move my hand, is it gonna focus? Okay, let's see how it goes here. I really hope, I guess I'm gonna have to find out if pile number 1 had some bad focus issues. I'm sorry. Okay. But yeah, this is the only deck that I didn't shuffle along with the other tarot decks because like I said, we're only gonna use them if we need them. But this is my transparent tarot deck. I just feel like I need to do it in live. Like this is like one of those decks that I can't just not use in live with you. It doesn't feel right. So yeah, we're gonna be using the transparent tarot. And we also got some back of the deck energies for the decks that I did already shuffle. So I did want to share that with you now because that's giving us insight on where you're coming from while you're watching this. And this is a timeless reading, so it doesn't really matter when you are, but this is going to give us insight on the situation, like how you're feeling and things like that, which is always very important to look at and look into. And then we also have an additional deck of tarot cards that I already did get shuffled. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one wanted to be a significator that we're going to be revealing as well. I'm just organizing myself so I can show you the back of the deck energies, guys. Okay. And then we have this one. This one's also back of the deck. It's interesting. You're really trying to, from how it's showing it to me, there was some illumination, some clarity that came through recently. Bright beginnings. Now I think I'm understanding where that came through. And opportunity, right? We got to think about the channel message there as well. With deception though, and that whole thing with honoring your truth, staying strong in your truth, I really feel look, we got the 9 of Pentacles as the back of the deck energy, right? For one of the cards. And it says, rewards of your labor, status and abundance, self-sufficient, sophistication on your own, taking it easy, maturation, fulfillment, and freedom. This is a Virgo energy. And then that is, what is that? Is that Venus? I don't know, guys. I've been having such bad brain fog lately when it comes to like the planetary symbols, so I'm sorry. Let me know in the comments down below if you guys know what this symbol is. I'm having a brain fart moment. But yes, we have the Nine of Pentacles coming through with back of the deck energy here, along with my Sacred Geometry deck with solar plexus chakra with the number 3. And it says the frequency of the solar plexus chakra, the yellow flower of life, supports our sense of self, our personal power, and our willpower, as well as our knowing of who we are and what our contribution is to the whole. And then we also have the sun in my Malefic deck. These are all back of the deck energies. And then we also have honor your boundaries, respect, understanding, communication, and trust. So there is a lot of things coming up, right? But it is most of all showing to us that you got to take your power back from something, or just by hearing the truth of something, understanding something, because something did shine light. There was light shined onto something that brought clarity to you. Or even just like a new idea. You're feeling more in power now. And I'm picturing a light bulb just going, like a literal light bulb over your head that just like turned on, like ding, and things are starting to click into perspective in ways that you've been trying to figure out for quite a while, maybe in the past. It seems like the gears are turning. Things are clicking. That's just how I'm seeing it. Things are clicking into place. So that is the energetic state that I can sense that you might be in right now, pile number 2, while listening to this. But the card that didn't want to come off the table, we also had the Six of Wands upright. And, you know, it's ruled by Leo and Jupiter. So it says congratulations, victory, recognition, success, pride of achievement, confidence boost, and milestone. Like this is giving us like it's kind of feeding more into this Nine of Pentacles energy, and it's feeding more into like the fire has been lit. Like you're feeling like you're ready to go tackle something or accomplish something, and there's motivation 100% with the solar plexus here. So I am curious to see what your soul has been trying to tell you, because, you know, this seems like good things, but I think there might be a warning in place. But that's why maybe I channel bright beginnings, because you're in the bright beginning right now. You know, let's see, an opportunity, right? So I'm just placing the back of the deck energies here to the side. I'm going to keep an eye on them as we unravel. It's just because I need as much space as possible to look at all these cards, okay? Along with the transparent tarot, which I think I'm going to want to start. We're going to just get all the cards out and then just dive right into it. That's what I did for pile number 1. And I think I want to stick with that energy moving forward. So let's begin. I'm just making sure that all of this is correctly shuffled. Okay. Yeah. All right. So what is pile number 2 soul been trying to tell them, regardless of when they come across this reading? What has pile number 2's soul been trying to tell them? What has pile number 2's soul been trying to tell them? Okay. So we got the Three of Pentacles. What is pile number 2's soul been trying to tell them? We have the Three of Cups. So the Three of Pentacles and a Three of Cups. That's kind of cool. I like how the threes kind of like line up well. What has pile number 2's soul been trying to tell them? We have the Eight of Pentacles with the Hanged Man, the Ten of Pentacles with
the Seven of Swords, and then we're gonna get one more set. The Lover's card with, okay, these two want to come together. So we got 3 over here at the back, at the end, sorry. So the Lover's card with the 8 of Swords and the King of Cups. Okay. And then the back of the deck energy. Yeah, see, like there's so much excitement here for you. I'm looking at the back of the deck, so I have to flip everything so I can read it well. All right. I didn't do back of the deck energy for pile number 1, but for you guys, I feel called to get some more clarity on what's going on in your current. So, okay, let me just move this to the side. Okay. Yeah, like I said earlier, with the solar plexus, the sun card, honor your boundaries. Okay, let me just do this. So this is back of the deck energy, right? There is a lot of bright energy here, right? And a new opportunity has opened up the doors for you. There is this sense of needing to like still climb, like, right? Like, remember how I channeled Bright Beginnings? It still feels as if you don't know entirely what this new beginning is going to bring forward, or this new epiphany is going to bring forward just yet. Like it's still very, very fresh is what I'm sensing. And that's absolutely okay. Like I definitely feel like you're just following your gut here. You're following your intuition with this. And that's very, very beautiful. Like I want to let you know that there's nothing, like I don't want you to think that I'm trying to downgrade the success that you're experiencing right now. And by success, it feels more like, yes, like it's finally all making sense, like that type of feeling. Or things are just clicking now, like I know what I gotta do next. Like it's kind of like that. Like you feel like you got some clarity in some area or in some sort of situation you were trying to understand, and it makes you feel empowered. It makes you feel ready to like be able to move forward now. So with that, you know, that's kind of confirming that with the back of the deck energy, and I like that. The only thing though is I'm hearing keep yourself in check, and I don't know why. Keep yourself in check. We do have the King of Wands. And I believe, what is that? The 6 of Swords, yes. The 6 of Swords, that's what I was assuming. Like you're moving into an easier, there's something here that you gained 100%, and it's going to aid you tremendously. The only thing is that I'm hearing the journey isn't fully finished. So, you know, like you got to keep that in mind. I don't know why your soul is trying to kind of remind you that though. Like you should be celebrating. At least that's, you know, what we're seeing in the cards. But here's the interesting part, right? Because we got to keep this in mind, because when we were reading about the significator card that led you to selecting this pile, guys, you know, it's talking about how there's so many different lores regarding the fern, and how it can be a blessed plant and it can be an evil, sinful one. Like there's so many different stories, but at the end of the day, like when it talks about its uses, it was used for preservation, right? And it's sneaky in nature because of how small the seeds are. They're hard to find, they're hard to be seen. And finding the truth under things, making sure that you get all the information, that's something that is also coming through. Okay, so with that, oops, I almost dropped the cards. Let us continue getting all the other cards out, right? And continue forward. I just wanted to share what I was sensing with that back of the deck over there. So for significator energy, this card is going to kind of influence everything that we're going to be seeing here. It is the 10 of Swords in reverse. So it says changing the outcome, and this is ruled by the Sun in Gemini. Regeneration of a relationship, make a comeback, reconcile over it, repair, moving on. Okay. Next up, we have the Nine of Cups in reverse, a hollow feeling, ruled by Sagittarius. I mean, what am I saying? Ruled by Jupiter and Pisces. Self-indulgence, materialism, selfish imbalance, addiction, emptiness, overindulgent. Ah, see? This even could have deceived me. Okay. Is that why it feels like you're very like, okay, let's keep going, but something is starting to click for me too. Maybe that's why I'm like sensing some weird cocky energy. Okay, next up, we have the Magician, and this is also in reverse. It says the pre-manifest. Plan, establish a clear vision, thoughts becoming things, inception point. Then we have the Five of Swords, not by the rules, I think. Hostility, defeat, conflict, self-sacrificing, plot twist, and then I can't say that word on YouTube. But this is ruled by Aquarius, makes sense. This is loving, by the way. I love Aquarius energy, but from a wounded state, they can be a lot more narcissistic than Leos themselves, I feel like. That's my personal opinion. In their own way, and it's really because of the stubbornness that they can hold. But this is from a wounded state. That's why I said that. Don't think I don't love Aquarius. I love them. They're so freaking silly and eccentric and fun, and I always get along with them. Next up, we have the Two of Swords upright, ruled by the Moon and Libra. Oh, this is Mercury. Yeah, that's Mercury. Okay. Now I'm remembering things. Thank goodness. Two of Swords upright, frozen with indecision, unclear path, withholding, avoidance, stalemate, obstacles, impasse, but you're not listening. Okay, next up we have full moon, illuminated subconscious, timing 1 month or next full moon, emotional awareness, climax, move on, cycle, completion. Yeah, well, changing the outcome, completion, moving on, it's here again, move on, move on. So that's coming through, and that's being highlighted. And then lastly, we have the Three of Pentacles upright, doing it together, ruled by Mars and I think Capricorn. Collaborate, active listening, synergy, co-manage, and team. Oh. Now that I'm seeing this the way I am, okay, I'm gonna shut up and I'm gonna finish getting all the freaking cards out, because your girl right here, she ain't gonna stop. And I just love looking and dissecting. Okay, let's just keep going. So for the spiritual advice card you guys have received, it's let go of fear, courage, trust, faith, and freedom. I hope that it's focusing. There we go. Let go of fear. And then for the Malefic Lenormand card, you guys have man with the number 28, 2 and 8 adding to 10. And then for the sacred geometry, you guys actually received 2. For the first one, it's communication. Okay, yes, now I think I get where this is going. And it says, the frequency of communication supports our ability to exchange information in many different forms. It reminds us to run every piece of information, both incoming and outgoing, through our heart, the center of our truth, to stay in the flow of source and balanced exchange. The number 14, so that's giving me temperance energy. Let me make sure. Where do I want to put this? I don't know. We're gonna have to zoom out slightly, guys. Okay. And then for the last one, Cosmic Flower with the number 18. That's very, very interesting to me because that's moon, right? That's the moon. And the moon card was on the back of the deck energy. You guys are probably not going to be able to see it, but it says it right there. It says 18, like right there. Okay, so you know that the moon was there.
So there's like a subconscious thing here. Ah, now I think I get it. Okay, cosmic flower. It says, the frequency of cosmic flower activates our remembrance of the place we call home, the core from which we pour our magnificence out into the world. Okay. Okay. Pile number 2. There is a mix of messages here. I'm going to be super straight up. So with bright beginning, if that resonates, what I'm about to share might not resonate, or actually maybe it will, and the situation is just going to differ from person to person. So I'm just going to keep going, and I'm going to say everything that's coming through. And yeah, okay. There is a lot coming through. But the thing that keeps getting repeated here is you're being called out a little bit. Okay, so I am just warning you. There might be a trigger warning here. And I want to let you know that everything I share in these things from the bottom of my heart, like, they are meant to help you grow, heal, and just support you overall in your personal self-development, self-growth, and life journey, okay? So when it comes to what your soul's been trying to tell you, pile number 2, there has been a lack of communication when it comes to your truth and how you feel. Okay, so there was 2 things coming through, okay? There was a lack of communication. So this is the first one regarding a truth and how you really feel about something with somebody or a group of people. And instead of expressing yourself, you may have instead chose to like shut down and not say anything at all. And like, it just seems like there's some weird foggy energy where maybe one person can feel something's off, but then the other person's like, oh, nothing's wrong. You know, like, I'm fine. And it's like, why are you being like that? And so, you know, if that does resonate, it does make sense with the fern as well, because, you know, it has that weird, like, wishy-washy, like, it's good, but then it's bad. Like, oh, you can get it, the seeds. Oh, no, you can't get the, like, it's confusing. And you're being called to just be, like, brutally honest, because this thing, no matter how hard it might be to express, it's a lot better than to play some sort of facade to help do something. I don't know what you're trying to do. This isn't meant to come off rude, guys. It's just source and I guess your soul, like your higher self, everything that's coming through as a channel, it just feels super like blunt, kind of like fatherly energy, but like authoritative energy, like tough love kind of. And they're just saying, like, in your soul, what's the point of like keeping up this facade if you and I both know that eventually things are just gonna get blown out? Like, you know your temper is what I'm hearing, or you know how you get. You might either shut down and eventually detach emotionally from this thing, this connection, this situation, if you don't say anything. And it seems like you're being called to remember why you're there in the first place. So that's the first thing that's coming through. Now, the second thing that's coming through is that there is way too much pride right now. Okay, so that's the first message, but now I'm talking about pride. So, you know, or both things can resonate, but I just wanted to keep you guys in mind, you know, like there's a lot of things coming through for this one particular pile. There's a lot of pride right now. And this pride is holding you back from taking a larger perspective on the situation you might be in. There may have been something like really good that may have happened recently for you, pile number 2, and it led you to getting like really excited and like really proud and really like it's something, it's good to like and something worth to be proud of. But because of it, it's also like, okay, you guys might hate me, but I am hearing the word excuse. Like, it might have given, because of this thing that happened, it might have given you an excuse to go do stuff or go be a certain way for a little bit. But it feels super nice to be a certain way for a little bit, and it's
harder to be more responsible or more self-aware, right? And so there may have been like vacation or like taking a staycation, like just shutting down mentally for a little bit, doing things like escapist things, like it could be drinking, it could be going out and partying, it could be going on vacation, it could be going to the city and just doing things. Video games, like whatever brings pleasure to you, like immediate pleasure, gambling, whatever. It feels like there's some of that going on here, but it's excessive. And so like your soul is trying to tell you like to remember like the beginning, remember the truth, the core here, the root of like what led to the success in the first place, where it's trying to take you, because this isn't your end goal, right? And this is just the beginning of a journey. Like you're still in the journey. Remember, I channeled that, so that is actually making a lot of sense. So it's like you're being called to remember that and not let things like sway you away from where your soul is trying to take you. Because that's what the Lover's card is all about. No matter how scary it is, because sometimes, like, okay, it's valid to want to break. Like, I'm really trying to validate that. If that resonated, the second thing I shared, like, it's validated to want to break, okay? But then when you use that as a reason to not keep going on the journey, your soul's going to start questioning things. And I'm also hearing that this could also be like having a fling with somebody and it just feels like fun and that's all it is. But like it helps distract you from like reality of something. And then again, like you're being asked to reevaluate, like what is the truth behind why you're doing the thing you're doing right now? Because yes, it could bring joy, but is it bringing you closer towards where you're wanting to go? Because then it feels like there's like a lack of it. And then that's where you need to kind of like ask yourself, like, is what I'm doing really aligned with my truth and like where my soul wants to take me, where my heart wants to take me right now? And it does feel like some of you guys are sitting in some sort of weird purgatory energetically. I don't know why, but it's like not wanting to admit yourself to something. Like there's something you know that you should be doing or gotta do, and you don't want to admit it to yourself. It feels like some of you guys might be really, really stuck in some sort of self-sabotaging cycle, and it's hard for you to admit it. But I guess now I get why the fern came through, because it's asking you to be brutally honest with yourself. Okay, so then now, so I shared the first one, I shared the second one, I have a third message, okay? In terms of what your soul's been trying to tell you. So maybe all three are gonna resonate, maybe just one or two, maybe just one in general, okay? But I'm sharing exactly how Source wants me to do this. Now the third message, if any of those didn't resonate, the third thing I'm seeing is somebody who is still stuck on pride, but the pride is from a wounded ego, and it's not your fault. This is something that got developed as a defense mechanism to help you feel like protected for self-preservation, just like the fern is talking about. But it can kind of make you subconsciously say things that you don't really mean to protect you in the moment. And this will happen during moments in arguments, during moments when you feel like you're on the spotlight. Like you feel like you're being pointed, like fingers are getting pointed at you, like you feel like you're being all eyes on you, or like you might feel overwhelmed, like you might feel like you want to escape but you feel like you can't, you feel like cornered by somebody. It could be a group of people, it could just be like people taunting you, teasing you, like it could even be like a loving taunt, or like when family members, like maybe you have a sibling and they like make fun of you, like things like that, but a lot of that. It can lead you to say things that you don't mean. And the reaction that you do in that, it really creates a moment where you're working on autopilot, and it's like an old survival mechanism that leads you to kind of attack the thing in front of you, and you're not really thinking about what you're saying in the moment. It's very like just not good words, let's just say that. And so that is another thing that's coming through. And if that is the case, you know, you're being called to remember like who you really are, that you are not that wound. You are not that defense mechanism. That defense mechanism was built to protect you from something of the past. But to have a lack of self-awareness in the middle of a conversation, or when you're trying to speak with somebody, or not stating your boundaries, right? When you're not sharing your boundaries enough to communicate that to somebody, like that can lead to you shutting down and kind of exploding. And so, you know, you're being called to check yourself on that. Like, this isn't something that you need to do anymore, because this isn't aligning you closer to this. And you know this, like deep down, out of all the 3 messages that your soul's been trying to tell you, like, you know everything I'm saying to be the truth. It's just that I think it's really hard to admit the truth to ourselves. But at the end of the day, like, if you really look at any addiction that someone goes through, like whether it's like alcohol, drugs, like they always say the first step is to identify it, recognize that this is something you struggle with. Okay. And I do feel like your soul is asking you to kind of call yourself out, like be brutally honest with yourself. Like you can even write it down, and it's hard. I have a lot of experience with this because I've dealt with ED before for 8 years straight, okay? And if you guys want to know about my personal upbringing and my trauma, you can check out my YouTube channel if you think I'm making this stuff up. But it's the reason why I'm saying this is because I can heavily resonate if you deal with anger issues. I can heavily resonate if you're dealing with an inability to fully express yourself and your truth, and just shut down instead, because I used to also do that as well. It's when you're detaching yourself from the emotions because you're so afraid of what would happen if you share. But that's unhealthy. That's a survival mechanism that's actually going to move you farther away from the thing you want, farther away from your truth, farther away from where your heart's trying to take you. Pile number 2. And so, you know, you need to reveal your real truth, not the one that makes you feel like in control, not the one that makes you feel like, oh, if things don't work out, like I'm the one in control, I'm the one in power here, because then that is a facade that you're creating. And that's your ego just trying to make you feel like you're good. Your brain's trying to keep you in the comfort zone. So that is the 3 things I'm seeing here. With that, let us now move in and just see, like, why has it been so hard for you to hear this, okay? And with that, I already have all the cards set up. Like I said, I only have 2 tarot decks, but that I didn't shuffle, that I will shuffle if, in camera, obviously, if we're gonna need more clarity. But let us see what we did receive for you guys. We actually got a couple of yin yang cards. And then we got a back of the deck energy here from my shadow work deck. And it says betrayal. Trying to make my cards focus. Sorry if it is not focusing. Okay, let's see if this works better. But this is the back of the deck energy, and it says betrayal. Healing begins with acceptance and forgiveness. And the words at the bottom say deception, treachery, and backstabbing. Wow. Okay. That is some intense energy. And I think now, see, this is adding more into the storyline. This is the ego. So there's this feeling of being poked at, stabbed at, and tricked. I'm hearing jump into conclusions. Like, there is too much jumping through hoops before you even have time to think or really sit with it, process things. Now I get the pre-manifest. It's something that you're creating before it even happens. And then little do you know, you go back into your self-awareness, and the damage has already been done. That type of thing is what I'm channeling. And so, you know, that hurts. You know, that hurts my heart, because I used to have really bad anger issues, and I can relate to this really well. And the other thing too is, like, if this doesn't resonate and that isn't it, then this could also be like, if you resonate with the other 2 messages or one of the other 2, this energy could also be this feeling that you're having right now that is entirely valid, but you're not speaking up about it, so the other person has no clue. And so you're shutting down, and that's also a survival mechanism. Whether you explode at their face or you shut down and disconnect emotionally, you're gonna slowly like leave the relationship if you do that, or the connection, or whatever this is that the situation might be for you guys specifically. Okay, so we have, like I said, we have 5 yin yang cards, and then we also got a back of the deck for the chakra wisdom card. Oh, and look what it says. It says facade. And that is exactly what we were talking about. I think I brought that word up a couple of times, and it's ruled by the solar plexus chakra. So this is giving me the idea that the solar plexus can also somewhat, I like to associate it with our ego, and we have to keep that in check. But the ego is what also helps us have the human experience. It's what helps us have the fire to want to go take care of things and do things right. But then that's also where anger can live. If we don't know how to channel anger well, if we don't know how to channel anger well, it can start to leak and seep out into different areas of our life. And it can get so bad, like if we have trouble expressing anger, we will shut it down. And what it does is it'll actually impede our ability to feel anything at all. So I don't know if you guys ever dealt with feeling numb, but like you literally emotionally numb. Like maybe you trained yourself to numb because of past things where you literally felt like you had to for the sake of your own safety and self-preservation. You see how things are connecting now? Regardless of what the 3 messages were, if that resonates with you with what I just shared, it seems to me, oh, I layer things. I forgot to tell you guys, so you better be taking notes. It seems to me like one of the biggest things for you to keep in mind, pile number 2, is that it's been so hard to hear this because your ego or some other thing has been trying to trick you into thinking something else about it otherwise. Like it's been trying to make you think, oh no, like everything's fine, just keep doing things the way you've been doing it. But deep down, you know that's not true. This is surface level trying of reassurance. If this can literally resonate with all of the 3 messages, so I'm just going to keep it at that. And then the other card we had here that did come out, so this was back of the deck energy. This is what you're going through. We also received destiny, and this is ruled by the crown chakra, hence why it's gray. There's a lot of pressure that you put on yourself, a lot of pressure on your shoulders. That's something I'm really heavily channeling. Let's see the rest of the cards so we can kind of decide if the next set of tarot is worth it here or necessary. So we have fate, detours, divine intervention. Okay, so we have destiny and then fate coming up. So this is interesting. Next up, we have memories and nostalgia. Next up, twin flames. Okay, see how there's like 3 different messages literally everywhere. It's so trippy. We have nurture and compassion. And then lastly, we have decisions. Like you're trying to choose something. Yeah, we're going to need to use the tarot for this, guys. Okay. I'm going to get the Hermetic tarot deck that I have here. All right. So, why has it been so hard for pile number 2 to hear this message that their soul has been trying to tell them? Why has it been so hard for pile number 2 to hear this message that their soul has been trying to tell them? Okay, this is clarifying it. That was what I was sensing earlier. So we have the number 999 may be of significance to you, but what's interesting is I was actually feeling like the number 9 was going to be important earlier, but I didn't say anything because I wanted to see more confirmation before I said the number 9 may be of importance. But you know, now that we have 2 9s crossing over each other like this,
I think it's clear as day that 9 has importance here. So the 9 of Pentacles came out, but it landed up. The next card that landed was sideways on top of it, which is the 9 of Wands. So this is giving us clarity. Why? Because the back of the deck energy to start this reading was the 9 of Coins. This is showing us that this is deception. So this status of abundance and rewards of your labor, self-sufficient, sophistication, on your own, maturation, fulfillment, freedom. There is deception here, pile number 2. It's been hard to hear it because you're fighting the truth. You don't want to hear it right now. It's hard. You're being very, very stubborn. I'm going to be truly honest with you. Now I get why the Aquarius thing I had to explain came through, because this is something that you're going through right now. And now I get why the bright beginning and opportunity energy came through with the back of the deck energy. And when I channeled it earlier, because you are literally being asked to move to calmer waters in this situation by doing the thing that you know you need to do. And deep down, you know what the answers are. You didn't need this reading to hear it. But I think this reading is kind of giving you the nudge of like, yeah, stop trying to ignore what your truth is trying to tell you right now. Deep down, you know that you can't be doing things the way that you've been doing it. Let's keep going though, because I want to get even more in case, the 3 messages, there was a lot of messages. So why has it been hard for pile number 2 to hear this message? Give me clarity. Pile number 2. Why has it been hard for pile number 2 to hear this? Okay, yeah, running away from it. This is literally Source trying to guide you to this change. For decisions, it landed by it. We have the 8 of Wands. You're running away from it. Keeps showing me back of the deck energy is the 3 of Pentacles. You are meant to work on something with somebody. You're meant to fix things, make amends, make communication a possibility with the Chariot. But you shut down. It's hard. I think that your ego is literally fighting you on this right now. And I think the biggest thing behind it all is some sort of fear. It could be a fear of rejection, fear of abandonment, fear of being not in control, fear of vulnerability. Maybe you think vulnerability is a weakness. Maybe you think crying is weak or stupid. Like, there's something that is an extremely deep self-limiting belief that is extremely rooted down. Like, it is heavily tangled up with dead roots. Like, it's been there for a while. And it's making it very hard for you to accept all of this. It's been hard for you to hear this, because even though it's been said to you multiple times, I feel like this isn't something that I've said. Maybe people out, like literally, like people have told you this, loved ones maybe, have tried to help you through this, but every time you hear it, you don't want to listen. But this is all happening for your greater good, pile number 2. We have the 2 of Wands here. You are meant to choose what you know is meant to be your truth. This is giving me a very strong energy, this 2 of Wands next to the Hermit, of like choice. And with detours and divine intervention, destiny, you have the choice to go there. You had the Lover's card at the end, decisions, and then the 8 of Wands landed on there, but it feels like you're kind of running away from it, but you don't really have a choice anytime soon. Like, it feels like there's something that could have happened recently or is about to happen that's going to kind of force you to need to just do it on the spot and like be brutally honest with yourself and figure this out. But you just don't want to admit that there's something happening. I don't know if you have this mentality that you need to always be like the strong person. You don't want to seem like the one who complains or who has issues. Everyone has issues, pile number 2. Like, that doesn't make you a lesser strong human. It just makes you more empowered at the end of the day when you're able to share those things. But maybe you had trouble learning how to move or work with your emotions growing up, and maybe that's very like taboo for you.
Maybe you were taught that your emotions are weak and that you shouldn't trust them. That's another thing I'm channeling. And that hurts my heart, you know, because your heart is like your own intuitive compass. And I think that's why there is so much chaos energetically. Like, it feels like you literally have an alter ego that comes out sometimes, and it can just create some havoc. It can wreak lots of havoc. And then when it gets out, you apologize profusely. This may or may not resonate, guys, because like I said, the 3 messages, but you apologize profusely, and then like you try to make things better like that, but then that creates a lot of psychological issues and damage. And then the other thing, if that didn't resonate, is like you're just a very you're a very passive person. You might be extremely passive, and it's been hard to like, I mean, the thing that you'll do is like numb until like the person has to do some grand thing to like fix it, or something crazy has to happen to like switch you back out into like emotions. I don't know. There's just, this is not a healthy thing. Regardless of the 3 messages, all of them were saying that this is not healthy. This is self-sabotaging behavior, and this is self-limiting belief induced. Which really breaks my heart. And I think your soul has really been trying to speak to you and show you this. And, you know, hopefully this reading did come to you at a time where, you know, it's clicking. You know, I really want that for you, and I know how it feels to be stuck in it. Like I said, 8 years, guys, almost a decade I was stuck in ED, and addiction, anger, like a lot of stuff. I let my trauma control me. I was in the victim mindset. I had a lost sense of self, and I feel like you guys are kind of in that boat, maybe in your own specific ways, right? The 3 messages were all very different from each other, but it's been hard to hear it because you're still on the boat. But this is the wake-up call. This message, this reading, this video has found you for a reason, pile number 2. Oh, my heart goes out to you so much, because like I can only imagine like that stuff. I can relate to it. Not wanting to see, wanting to believe you're fine. I can relate to that really, really well. With that, my beautiful soul, it is now time for us to dive into the 3rd portion of this reading, where we're going to be looking at what is it that your soul is truly craving right now, given everything we've dived into, like what they've been trying to tell you. Now let's see what they're really craving right now from you and from the both of you together. So I have my Black Moon cards, astrology cards, and then my Earth Magic cards, my Healing Yourself cards, my Embracing Your Shadow cards. I have a lot. But I already did the shuffling. So the card that you guys did receive, the first one, is Milky Way with Perspective. And I've never seen this card before in this deck, and I've owned this deck. It was like one of the first decks I ever bought. And then the back of the deck energy was Lightning with Power. So this is giving me a lot of insight, because the Milky Way with Perspective, the fact that that came out, but this was the back of the deck energy, it's giving me insight on like, okay, this feels like you're in control when you do this thing. It feels like most of your magic or the feeling of being in control is when you're stuck doing this or how you do it. It just feels more second nature. But that's the thing, pile number 2. It only feels second nature because that's what you've trained your brain to do continuously on end. And it was all subconscious. It was just a defense mechanism, a survival mechanism to keep you alive on self-preservation, but it doesn't need to be the way anymore. We also received Mars with Force and the number 5. So there's a change. Your soul is truly craving change in action and how you handle things moving forward. And this was the back of the deck energy. It's South Node, Life's Debts. And then the number 4 and 2 add to 6. This is giving me the idea that this was karmic. Like this, like divine intervention. Like, it's hard to accept the rock bottom. It's hard to accept. You can choose, make this be the rock bottom. You can let this be your moment of a turning point when things start to shift. You can make it the time where you make your comeback. you know? And your soul is craving for you to recognize that right now. Take initiation for this for you. This is the bright beginning. Now I get it. This is the opportunity here. Oh, I covered this, sorry. Yeah, shifting the perspective. And then for embracing your shadows, we have fear of failure. Mistakes are not the enemy. They are stepping stones toward mastery and understanding. You're not going to be perfect. No one is. And the back of the deck energy is the illusion of control. Surrendering is not weakness. Trying to control everything only breeds anxiety. And every time you're in the middle of trying to control, this is the self-sabotage loop. The moment you realize, your brain wakes up to, oh wait, I'm actually not in control of everything, and there's something outside of your control that's happening, it shuts you down. It puts you in survival mode. It puts you in a subconscious mechanism thing, coping mechanism thing, whether it's shutting down or exploding, blacking out, whatever you're gonna label it, the blank, fill in the blank as you wish, pile number 2. It creates havoc, okay? And this is an illusion. I understand completely why now the fern has come through for you. So, where is it? Okay, this, yes. We have still one more deck, so let me just do this. I'm getting ahead of myself as usual. So we actually got 3 cards coming out for you. The first one being number 9, how teachable are you? Oh my God, see, like these are cards I've never seen before, and I've owned these decks for such a long time, and it's just so trippy that you guys are getting it. Next up, you have self-love. Courage. And then number 13 with rejection. Okay. Every time a wound of rejection stabs you, it shuts you down and makes you do things that you don't realize you're doing in the moment. Okay? Whether it be, like I said, detaching, exploding, escaping, doing things that you know aren't healthy to your health. Your soul is truly craving for you to take a stand for the both of you. Show up for yourself because you choose to and you want to and you love yourself enough to do it. The thing that you once lacked, this is not going to resonate with everybody, but I don't know if you've had issues with a fatherly figure growing up. Maybe your father wasn't there in your life. There was an absence of a masculine figure, a male figure, or very like the father may have passed. There's a lot of different things I'm channeling, but a male masculine wound of some kind is here. And because of it, it could have been like the father was there and they like just weren't helping you emotionally, and you try to do everything in your power to get attention. There's so many different ways a father wound can come through, right? But I am channeling that is like the biggest culprit of like the thing that you do. And your soul is craving for you to do the things that you felt like there was a lack of in your past for yourself, because you can give that to yourself. You can fill up your own cup. You don't need others to do it for you. And the rejection, I was channeling fear of rejection, so it's interesting that the rejection card came through. And the fear of failure, right? This is showing to us that your soul is asking of you to genuinely do some reflection. Recognize and reflect on why this fear of rejection shows up so strongly. What may have happened in your past that led you to being this hard on yourself and being so fearful of it?
we all have to understand that not everyone's going to like us. Not everyone's going to understand things the way that we understand things. If there's a miscommunication, it's just you're one explanation away for understanding. And if we don't hold space for that and we jump to conclusion because of a misunderstanding, it can lead to really some nasty, nasty things. Whether it's detachment or explosion or the escapism and doing more self-sabotage and damage to ourselves. Your soul is craving for you to have the courage to do that for yourself right now. To do heavy reflection on this. Because this is something that got very heavily rooted into your brain, pile number 2. And this is something that's going to take some really good amount of time to reflect on. And you guys might not like me. I just realized I put this on 2-9. So yes, 999 is of significance to you. Please write it down. I really think that it's going to add more emphasis to this reading for you. So look into it. But with this, my heart. I just feel like I feel so bad for you guys. Like I understand this feeling. You deserve to be seen in your truth, pile number 2. It seems like you don't give people the time of day. You don't give people the opportunity to see you in that way. You shut it down. You run away from it. You avoid it. You don't like to be blunt about it. Whether it's you crying because your feelings got hurt. Like there's so many ways I could interpret that. There's a need to put up a front. And your soul is craving for you to let that guard down. Do something about it, to take action, go to therapy. There's so many different things I can list and list and list. With this, I am going to share, I am a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing. Okay. Usually I specialize in helping people overcome self-sabotaging tendencies. So if that is something that you would like to look into, I do try to make my pricing and like offerings, my premium offerings as accessible as possible. Like I do payment plans and stuff like that. For one-on-one work. And I do also am in the process of trying to get enough people on my waiting list to start holding space for virtual healing circles, gatherings, events, and workshops. All things healing related, from the spiritual side of healing to the scientific side of healing, okay? So if that's anything that you seem interested in, that you would like to explore further, there's 2 links in my description box below. One will take you to sign up for the virtual healing circles when they do happen. I'm just waiting to get enough people signed up. And then the second link will take you to my link tree. You can learn more about me, who I am, why I do what I do, and you can sign up for a free soul clarity call and we can see if we would be a good fit together. But I do want to make something clear that my work does not and will not ever replace therapy. It is meant to complement therapy and counseling. And the other thing is, a lot of what I do is meant to aid you in holding space for yourself to unravel the wounds within, so that once it's opened, you can deepen your healing and you're ready to go to therapy because now you know what you need to look at, And so I want to make that clear. Like, I complement therapy, do not compete with it, okay? But yes, I just wanted to share that. And the reason why I did is just because I can understand this so well. And I would love to talk to you about it more. That's literally the biggest reason why I shared that. Yeah. So let us now move in to the next thing. And it is the last thing before we go into the final channel messages from your soul and your higher self to finish up your reading. And it is how to honor this message, because we got into like the surface level with this stuff, but we're going to go as deep as we possibly can. And I'm also going to help you walk away from this reading in this video with some self-reflection prompts that you can journal about in your own time. And I also got out a coping skill and exercise for stress and anxiety relief that you can do throughout your journey when you want to start honoring this message from your soul, along with also a stress relief exercise, okay? And I shuffled and I intuitively got those out as well. And I have them right here for you, ready to dive into when we are at that point, okay? We are almost there though. So the next 3 decks that we're just gonna look at, I already have the cards out here, is my Sacred Creator deck, my Mystic Soul Oracle, and my Oracle of Ascension deck.
Ascendants, sorry. So the card that you got, we have a back of the deck energy. What do you really want? With the number 2 and 7 adding to 9. Do you see the amount of times you have received 9s in your reading so far, pile number 2? That is no coincidence. And then stop, drop, and ground. I'm just going to keep revealing the rest and then we'll dive in. Next up, this was the back of the deck energy. It says no. And this is just giving me that straight up energy of like the avoidance, the shutting down, fighting it, you know? It's self-explanatory. The card we did receive though, is acceptance. Oh my God, see, that's what I'm saying. I accept the things that I cannot change or control, but I do what I can with what I am able to, right? So for my Oracle of Ascendants, we are going to have to read the booklet here because I do not know what these are. But this is the back of the deck energy, and it says Yesod, which is Sephiroth. And then the card that did fly out is the Sun. Oh my God, you got the Sun again? Okay. I don't know what this means though, so I'm gonna have to look that up really quick. Let me get it out. Okay, there we are. Yeah, this is it. Okay. So it says Yesod keyword foundation is the 9th sphere and balances Netzach and Hod. It is the base of the middle pillar of the tree of life. Oh, okay. Yesod rules the realm of cycles and movement, governing things such as time, moon phases, seasons, tidal flows, and reproductive cycles. It also governs the unconscious mind and emotions. It can be viewed as a sort of grand machinery that powers the ordered, cyclical functions of the universe. When Yesod appears in your reading, you are asked to balance yourself mentally, spiritually, and physically. Only from this place of balance can you provide yourself with the new and necessary insight to help you achieve and overcome your obstacles. Have your personal cycles fallen out of sync? While nothing can remain constant forever, the stabilizing and grounding foundational energies of Yesod can help you to reorder and rebalance your life. Okay. I love that this is coming through for the back of the deck energy. Okay. It's like instantly showing to us, like, look, stop, drop, and ground. This is Yesod energy. You're being literally asked, in order to honor this message, you need to have tools in your toolbox, pile number 2. The tools, I know what this is because I've dealt with this and I've gone through it all. The tools in your toolbox is coping strategies that you can clutch onto or reach for in your imaginary toolbox for healing modalities to help you learn how to navigate the moment when the moment arises. Okay? I have a lot of videos on my YouTube channel that I talk a lot about coping, like ways to handle like when you're reacting heavily to something, or how to stop, the steps I took to stop negative thinking. Like, I highly recommend you guys check that out because I share the practices that helped me from like lashing out and things like that. And I also share in my root chakra healing playlist on my YouTube channel, like ways to help find a home inside of yourself, because that's going to be the most important thing to actually help you start your healing journey. If you don't have a healthy, stable foundation inside of yourself before you start these things, and I think now I get why this is coming through, this isn't going to work. Pile number 2. I'm being brutally honest with you, and I think your soul is aware of that, and that's why it's asking me to be brutally honest with you, because what do you really want? You want to heal, you want to be better, you want to be the most healed, empowered version of yourself. That's what we all want. But in order to get there, you need to feel like your inner world is safe enough to call home before you go find home in somebody else outside of you. There was a step skip somewhere. Or maybe you made home a place outside of yourself. Maybe it's the gambling room. Do you get what I'm saying? Maybe it's the bottle of alcohol. There's so many different ways I can metaphorically place this stuff in. But at the end of the day, that home, it's meant to be you first, your inner world first. If you don't feel safe inside yourself, this isn't going to work. And so you're very being heavily asked and called by your soul. In order to honor this message, you have to go back to where things all started. And that means in your roots and your familial line, in your memories, the wounds. You got to uproot the roots. Pile number 2. And it's going to be very uncomfortable. I'm being brutally honest with you, but this is how you level up. This is how you ascend. This is how you transform your life from the inside out, literally, and feel like you're doing a quantum leap while you're doing it. Oh, my heart. This is hard stuff. But the first step to get there is practicing acceptance of the things that you know you cannot change, and also accepting the thing that you're dealing with right now and naming it out loud. I feel like is going to be extremely helpful. Even writing it down. You got to talk to something about it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just feel like bringing it out of you so you can hear it, like hear yourself say it is what helps. I got goosebumps when I said that. So I do think that is like pure confirmation. Oh yeah. See, look, I got goosebumps everywhere. With that, I am going to now share. I'm trying to find the cards. Oh, there they are. The journaling prompts and the exercises that I intuitively pulled out for you, okay? So I'm gonna read these out loud. That way YouTube can like translate it if your language is not English. That way like you got the captions for what the cards do say. Obviously too though, I will always ask, please pause this video, take a screenshot, do what you gotta do, write it down, okay? And do these things in your own time. Obviously only pick the things that do resonate regarding your situation. And the only reason why I'm saying that for you guys is because there was 3 different messages, right? That came through in your pile today. So for the journaling prompts you guys have received, the first one is, what cognitive frameworks have you updated? What cognitive frameworks have you updated? Next up, what was your latest self-motivating phrase? Oh, I love this. What was your latest self-motivating phrase? I like that it says consultation at the top too, because it's giving me like the idea like you're giving yourself a consultation, like that's what you're being asked to do. And then for the last prompt you have received, it says, what is your philosophy about life? And it says roots. That's confirmation, guys. What's your philosophy about life? Again, I am gonna say it, guys. I really do think that like I would love to schedule a one-on-one free soul clarity call with you guys and talk about it further. You fill out a form when you sign up, and we'll get to see if you would be a good fit even beforehand. And if yes, I'll send you an email back and we're confirmed, we're scheduled in. But I am accepting one-on-one clients right now, and that is a limited amount because I try to make sure that I have space for myself as well. And the season I'm in life right now is about reciprocity, so making sure that I'm taking care of my energy as well. So the spaces are limited. I really do recommend it. It just keeps coming through. Like, I really feel like whoever selected this pile, like, you guys are my people. So I'm just sharing that. For the practices, you guys have, I love this. It's really cute. Imagine you are a bird. Close your eyes. Imagine you have wings and the ability to fly. A bird, if you will. Take to your wings and fly off. See your situation from above, the same situation you just left. Let the wind under your wings soar freely across the sky. Feel the freedom and the wind, and pay attention to other feelings you might have. Do this for 5 to 10 minutes. Stress creates anxiety, which narrows your point of view. Things seem like slush stuffed in a small box. Giving your mind air, freedom, looseness, and a new perspective, the mind and body get some rest, and you might get new ideas and perspectives. And for the last little practice you guys have, it says the brand of #me. Come up with 5 adjectives you'd like to be known for. What's an advertising slogan that people can remember you by? What's your theme song? What types of images and behaviors align with your brand? I love this for you guys. I really hope you guys have been screenshotting these things. And to finish it up, we are now going to look at the final channeled messages from Source, your higher self, and your soul. So we have got some angel number cards and a healing light affirmation come through for you. And we got some channel messages from Source in my little jar of sliplets of paper, okay? So we're gonna look at the cards first, and then we're gonna look at the papers, okay? To finish up this reading. So let us look at the healing energy first, the healing light. Everything turns to light. I work to improve myself, embrace all that life brings to me, and transform darkness into light. I allow myself to grow and become stronger. Write this down. I encourage you guys to practice writing this down like 3 times a day for 7 days straight, you know? Honestly, longer than 7 days is always better, but I always say 7 days straight because that's like a good minimum. And this is a good way to help you start waking up to your potential of what you're capable of. You don't need to be stuck in this entrapment anymore, mentally, emotionally, physically, energetically. Pile number 2. All right. And for the angel number cards, you received 1313 with the word clarity. Angel whispers, as the storm passes, the clarity is felt faster than lightning is seen against a dark sky. The divine is reminding you that clarity is readily available. All you have to do is ask. You have weathered the storm, and now the sky is clearing. Affirmation. Loving energy surrounds me, and I trust that the clarity I feel is the answer I need. And the last one, we have the numbers 888. What does it say? Abundance. Angel whispered. Blessings are here and more are on the way. Let yourself feel the abundant flow of prosperity that is all around you. As you stand in your highest self, you attract all that you once were seeking. Giving is always the doorway to success. With the affirmation, the more good I do in the world, the more abundant my life grows. I radiate an energy of loving kindness. And then I'm looking at the 8 and I'm thinking what goes around comes around. Did I say that earlier? So I think this is about like karma, like you reap what you sow. So like, just keep that in mind. All right, guys, we've made it to the last part of your reading. And let us just kind of dive right into it together. So with the first paper, when you're about to numb out, pause, ask, do I need escape or do I need comfort? Then choose intentionally. The fact that I like intuitively hand selected these and they were folded up and I had no clue what they said astounds me every time. Every time I do these for you guys, like it astounds me how accurate. When you are about to numb out, pause and ask, do I need escape or do I need comfort? Then choose intentionally. Trying to make it focus. Okay. This energy is surfacing because you are ready to meet it with love, not fear. This energy is surfacing because you are ready to meet it with love, not fear. Your intuition isn't gone. You've just silenced it by flooding your system with other people's opinions. Pull your energy back before you go listen to another reading. Your intuition isn't gone. You've just silenced it by flooding your system with other people's opinions. Pull your energy back before you go listen to another reading. The energy feels split. There's a conflict between what you want and what you believe you are allowed to have. The energy feels split. There's a conflict between what you want and what you believe you are allowed to have. Sorry about the focus issues.
Yes, you're changing. That's why it feels like grief. Yes, you're changing. That's why it feels like grief. Before you give someone another chance, ask, have they earned my softness? Before you give someone another chance, ask, have they earned my softness? And then for the last message, my beautiful pile number twos. Every time you catch yourself obsessing, ask, what part of me is still looking for control? Every time you catch yourself obsessing, ask, what part of me is still looking for control? Okay, so again, I just want to remind you guys, there were 3 individual messages, and then I think there was something that I also shared at the beginning of the reading as well that I cannot remember for the life of me. It may have even been like a 4th message at the beginning that I can't quite put my finger on. But regardless, if you're still listening, it must have resonated. So, I really do, from the bottom of my heart, deeply, deeply hope that everything aided you in the way that it was meant to. The messages that did click resonated for a reason, and you were able to get everything you needed out of this reading today. It really is an honor that I get to show up on this platform and provide healing for you guys, provide insight, provide the guidance. And not only that, but to help you see what's really going on in your inner world, because these can be mirrors for what's going on. Again, just know that I'm always here to talk. You can always share your story in the comments down below. I am trying to build a community of like-minded people that are here trying to make the world a better place by healing themselves one step, one layer at a time, nice and slowly. And if you're in need of wanting to feel like you have a support system while you're moving through your own journey, feel free to subscribe to the channel. You can always reach out on the community tab or the community board, I think they call it now on YouTube. I'm still trying to understand that stuff. But I know that you can definitely message on there. I don't know if you have to subscribe to be able to or not subscribe, but feel free to check it out because I love to hear from you guys. It means the world to me when you guys know that this is a safe space. I really am trying to show that. So with that being said, I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day. Hopefully I will see you in my other pick of cards to come. Bye. Hi, pile number 3. Welcome to your reading. And if this is the card that you felt drawn to, that led you to this pile, the rowan, I believe this is a tree, then you already know that this reading is for you in reference to what your soul really needs to tell you right now. Okay, so confession to make. This deck. It's called Spirit of Nature Oracle Deck. And I never had enough time to fully learn about it. So right before we dive into anything, we're gonna go to the Handy Danny booklet and see what this tree is all about. I'm like really sitting with
what I am seeing though. And what is stepping out is something about thinking outside the box, or like stepping outside of the box. I'm hearing stepping outside of the box. What box though? It could be your comfort zone, but it's like innovative energy. It's like different. I don't know if it's eccentric, but I'm like picking up Aquarius energy. So, okay. With that in mind, let's keep it in check. Also, make sure, please, that you are taking notes. These readings tend to be pretty lengthy, but if you are subscribed and you do know how I do my readings, I actually decided to do things a little bit differently today, and I'm gonna see how things unfold over time, where I ended up actually getting a lot of the cards pre-shuffled before I hit the record, and I have them here all ready for us to see if that helps make the flow of the reading a lot better for you guys. So let me know in the comments down below how you feel about the flow, if it was like nicer than like watching the shuffling process instead, okay? If you guys have been subscribed, I would really appreciate the feedback, okay? The only deck that I didn't shuffle are some tarot decks that I have to the side over here that you guys cannot see in the shot. Trust me, you don't want to see how messy this table is because of all the decks I have on the sides. But the only reason why is because those tarot decks, we don't know if we're going to use them depending on what else unravels just using the oracle. We are definitely going to be using my new transparent tarot deck though, for certainty. And I don't like to pre-shuffle this in advance because I just feel like it rids it of the magic of you guys being able to really see the full process, and it'll distract me too much on the side. And I really want you guys to know and trust that these readings are genuinely super organic and very only intuitively channeled, you know what I mean? And I don't want you guys to think that I'm like doing something behind the scenes to make it seem like I planned this, you know what I mean? Planned this when I didn't. Like everything that I shuffle, I don't look at. I do everything in my power to not look at the cards because sometimes they'll land facing up and I'm like, nope. I turn my head to the side, close my eyes, put it face down because I want you guys to see how things line up, okay? I want skeptics here. I want people to come in though, just with an open mind. You could be a skeptic, you can lean back, and we'll see what unravels, you know what I mean, together. So with that, I just felt called to share it. And again, thank you so much for coming to this reading, and I feel honored to do this reading for you. All right, so with that, I want to keep this sun in mind in the back of this card. For some reason, I feel like it stands out for a reason, and there's a layer of symbolism there. But unfortunately, this booklet is not like in alphabetical order, so I'm gonna try to find the Rowan tree. Let's see how fast I can get there. All right, so, oh, that was quick. Okay, it was the second card. So, for the Rowan tree, this is an Ogham, the Ogham alphabet. Ogham tree alphabet. This is like the letter L, Louise. So it says the green man wisdom here is safe in the knowledge of protection. The divinatory meaning. Protection means that we are looked after by a power stronger than ourselves. Whether we look to a god or gods, to angels or spirits, for our help, we should acknowledge the need for protection in every aspect of life. Just as we would be foolish to attempt to climb a mountain without strong ropes and proper climbing equipment, we should not consider entering into any other activity without ensuring we have the proper protection. Rowan's ability to shield us from harm makes its presence a powerful ally, and it is still invoked in parts of Europe as a guardian against evil spirits or other negative forces. It can also offer insight into danger through the invocation of higher wisdom. The Druid shamans of the Celts were said to use it in this way, breathing in the smoke from Rowan fires to initiate a trance state in which their heightened perception enabled them to forewarn against the onset of danger. Its presence in a reading indicates that you are protected from harm. Okay. The Rowan lore. It is thought that the Rowan got its name from the Norse word runa, meaning charm. It has had an association with protection from ancient times and is often found growing close to houses and churchyards to ward off evil presences. Traditions speak of the rowan as an especially powerful protector against witchcraft, and that to bind a piece of red thread around a twig of rowan can turn aside the strongest spell. Blood of the gods. The sheer brilliance of the rowan's colors, deep green and scarlet, announces its presence like a trumpet call wherever it grows. Its red berries meant that it was associated with both life and death, and since the color red was believed to represent the blood of the gods, so the berries were seen as their natural food. The gods and goddesses associated with the rowan are among the most powerful deities. In Greek mythology, the rowan sprang from the blood of a sacred eagle sent by Zeus to recover the cup of the gods, which had been stolen by demons, whereas in Scandinavian myth, the first woman was created from a rowan tree. The tree was especially honored by the Norse people because it was said to have saved the god Thor from drowning when it reached forth its branches to catch him as he swept away by a furious river. So, goddesses of the sun. Rowan is ruled by the sun, so it is not exactly surprising that several of the deities connected with it are also solar. In Ireland, therefore, the goddess Brigid is often represented by the rowan, while in Britain, Brigantia, an ancient tutelary deity of the land, is also invoked under its sign. Both these goddesses had strong associations with the sun, with its protective energy, and with the first stirrings of spring. Brigid was also the goddess of poetry and inspiration, and in later Christian myth was said to have nursed the infant Jesus. Both Brigid and Brigantia are said to have possessed arrows made of rowan which could catch fire when necessary. It's also known as wow, there's a lot of stuff on rowan. The Druid's tree. The rowan is especially sacred among the Celts. It was given great honor by the Druids, and in Ireland is still known as Feed na Druad, or the Druid's tree. The Druids planted rowan trees along with oaks and ash in the sacred groves where they gathered to worship. Throughout Ireland, it was also believed that if a rowan was planted anywhere on the land, it was protected from harm, so long as the tree was healthy and well cared for. This tradition is still kept alive in parts of Europe where rowan trees are found growing close to houses or churchyards, and where sprigs of rowan pinned above a doorframe are said to keep away those with evil intent. The number 41. So that adds to 5. Change. Okay.
There is a brand new beginning, but for this new beginning to commence, there is a major death period, collapse, something is happening. I just want us to keep that in mind. And the only reason why I'm saying that, obviously, when I really looked at this card, the really first thing that grabbed my attention was the shape of the leaves and also the berries, but obviously this sunset. Instantly, when I saw this, I was like, a new beginning, because at first I thought it was a sunrise. But then I looked at it closer, and now I'm seeing a sunset. But it feels like there is a new beginning coming through for you, pile number 3, but there is also a big death and release that is creating the rebirth process for you, / opportunity for you to begin something again or start something. It's interesting, but it's unconventional, it's new, and that energy of Aquarian energy keeps coming through as well. But okay, now that we were able to really gather and dissect everything, there is a very big emphasis on this being a very important time for you, as we can see how much rowan, the symbolism of rowan, has really emerged across so many different religions, so many different areas in the world. There is magic here. There's this divinatory, like divine intervention energy here that I want us to really keep in mind as we move forward. So I'm just going to place this booklet to the side and your cards over here, and we are going to just start up this reading. I'm sorry if my camera tries to like focus a little bit. I am trying to figure out how to fix it. I really hope that it doesn't do that blur and then refocus thing over and over again. Let's cross our fingers on that. But yeah, we're going to start by diving into this reading by first off looking at the topic of what your soul's been really trying to tell you, pile number 3. So we're going to be doing that using my transparent tarot deck.
And I also have another tarot deck that I do not want to try to pronounce. I already got the cards shuffled, and I do have some back of the deck energies here for you guys too that I really want to explore. And we actually just have one. The other piles tended to have a lot of different back of the deck energies, but you guys received one, and I like it. It feels like Source is very like direct with your message today. Your soul is very direct with your message today in comparison to the other piles. So the back of the deck energy that I did receive when I shuffled this tarot deck was the Wheel of Fortune. And it's this way up, right? So it says decisive moment. It's ruled by Jupiter and Capricorn. And it says chance, life cycles, karma, destiny, good luck, expansion. It's time, fortune, change, and fate. Now, when I read out loud the word good luck, I literally pictured someone say good luck like they're wishing you good luck. Like they're hoping that there is goodness that comes out of the situation. Like they're just saying like I hope like good luck on this whatever. It doesn't feel like it's stating there's good luck. It feels more like good luck. I hope that makes sense. But because of that, there's a pivotal moment right now, right? And since this is the back of the deck energy, right underneath it is a 9 of coins in reverse, and it says you are enough. So there's doubt here. And currently with wherever you are while listening to this is a timeless reading. Pile number 3, there is doubt in your system right now, and you're on the fence to commence something huge. But you know that to get over the fence, metaphorically speaking, you got to drop whatever is in your hand that's holding you down from being able to lift the rest of your body over that fence. And that's hard. There is a big feeling of like responsibility here. I feel like cutting the deck. We have Hierophant. Yeah, big feeling of responsibility. Religious traditions, rulers, leaders, right and wrong, programming, conforming institutions, convention, marriage, values, faith. This is giving me instantly, again, this feeling of big responsibility. Like, I don't know if what you're about to do, pile number 3, or this thing that you've been sitting on and what your soul's been trying to tell you, it might be related to something to do with like all eyes are going to be on you eventually, or you know that, you're aware of that. You tend to put a lot of pressure on yourself naturally in your head though. And so I can't right now, as of right now, we're this soon into the reading, I can't fully decipher if this feeling of all eyes on you is the anxiety that's in your head right now, or if that's something that's that's accurate and like factually based off of this new beginning. But the death needs to happen first before this even begins. Maybe you're also just thinking too much into it before you even started. Because I do feel like this is something that's gonna unravel slowly in time. And you're overwhelming yourself by thinking about it, the whole thing right now. You know what I mean? When the whole thing isn't something you gotta focus on right now. So here are the cards we have. But before we get these cards straight out, I wanted to uncover the transparent tarot, get that on the table, then reveal these cards, and then along with that, I think this is, yeah, this was a significator card that actually came out upright. So let's look at that first, and then we'll do the things, and then put the oracle, do everything at once, okay? So this was a significator card that wanted to come out, and it is upright. We have the Lovers, guys. So with the Lovers, you know, this is Gemini ruled by Mercury energy. The term here is union with connections, relationships, alignment, openness, romance, harmony, choices, duality, and love. And straight off, when I saw the Lovers, this is showing to me that this is about a choice. This is a pivotal moment in your life. Usually when the Lovers card comes out like this, it's showing us that this moment, when you're listening to this, it determines how the rest of your life is going to unfold. And I know that as fact and truth because you got the Wheel of Fortune as your back of the deck energy. These two energies paired, this is a massive turning point in your life. And what you do now is what decides what the rest of all your tomorrows are going to be moving forward. So let's just keep that. Let's do that, like put this right here. Okay. And get this card, these cards shuffled up. Okay, I'm just trying to make sure this is, okay, up. So what has pile number 3's soul been trying to tell them, regardless of when they came or come across this reading? What has pile number 3's soul been trying to tell them? Okay. So far, this is backwards. We have received the High Priestess with the Six of Swords pairing it. Then we have the Four of Cups with the Eight of Pentacles. The Six of Wands. With Death, with the Death card. So that's adding more emphasis to that channeled message I was feeling. And then lastly, the Chariot and the Knight of Pentacles. Yeah, exactly. This is kind of validating everything that I already spoke to you about. So with this, let's look at the back of the deck energy. So when I do the back of the deck energies, I love to cut the deck like this. And I move these deck cards to the side so they do not distract me. And I'm just going to turn over everything that is in reverse. That way we can read it well and decisively. Okay. So, I love these cards. I'm like obsessed with them now. Okay. So this is your back of the deck energy, and it might seem a little bit overwhelming at first glance, but here it is. What I'm seeing here, let me zoom in so you guys can see your cards better for just this moment. Okay. What I'm seeing here in reference to this back of the deck energy, we got to keep in mind this Wheel of Fortune card. You have Judgment, the World. You've got the King of Swords. And I also think you have the Queen of Swords, the Six of Cups. Oh, the Three of Swords. I mean, I already can tell that you already know what you have to do. Like, I think what's coming through and is going to come through, I feel like you already have a hunch on it. Before we even dive into the reading, you're like, oh, I think I know where this reading is going to go, because you already know this is something you've been sitting on already. Pile number 3. Like, this isn't going to be anything super brand new. You might gain some insight and clarity on certain things. And we also did get the Two of Swords, I believe. No, this is, what are you? Let me see. Oh, the Seven of Wands. No, this is the Five of Wands. Okay. And then the Queen of Cups, Seven of Pentacles, Four of Swords. Oh, I didn't even see you. Strength. And the Queen of Pentacles. Okay, so we have... Okay, let's just say this, pile number 3. You have gone through a lot already. You are in the middle of some sort of journey. And this isn't the start of a journey. You are in the midst of the journey, okay? This is a journey that you've probably been moving through for quite a while now. And I'm picturing years on this journey. It could have been, I don't see it being more than 5 years, but maybe like 2.5 to 1 year, you know? And then I'm also hearing like 8 months, but this has been a good chunk of like your focus in time. You know what I mean? With that said, you have learned and gained a lot from this journey already so far, a lot of wisdom, a lot of knowledge, and it's definitely tested your patience. It's tested your ability to like grow and protect the thing that you believe is rightfully yours, like should be rightfully yours. And that's good. That's beautiful. But here's like the interesting part. You're still holding on to something, pile number 3. There's still this energy, this essence of looking back behind your shoulder for something. And I can't fully tell right now, like by just looking at this, if this is people involved in the mix. It honestly could be a mix of a couple of things. It could be a mix of like looking back at people and paranoid that like if you keep doing things and you do the next step that you know you got to do, it's going to create some sort of chaos in that those connections. Like there's a mix of like people pleasing here, like paranoia. If like you put yourself first all the way in the way that you know you have to, you're going to lose things. But like you need to shift the perspective, pile number 3. Like the things, if they do drop, they dropped because they weren't stable to begin with. You know what I mean? If your soul isn't asking to keep in touch with something or a certain connection, a certain, like you can tell that, like, I hope you guys can understand what I mean by this. Like you can, I feel like you can tell the difference, like when you're in a point of like discerning between where your heart's trying to take you versus like the comfort zone maybe and the paranoia there. I feel like we can internally tell the difference between those two things and those two feelings. But then what really can like hold us back and lead us to stalling on it is like the what ifs, you know? And that's just because like your brain can easily kind of suck us in to getting stuck into those anxiety loops, those spiral moments of like, but what if this, what if that, what if this, what if that? And it can easily, very, very easily lure the emotions in here in a way where it gets dark, it can get nasty, it can get foggy, and it can get gloomy and confusing. It seems like you're in the middle of like some sort of battle with that internally right now. Like you're really trying not to let a spiral moment take over in your life. And what I mean by spiral is like an anxiety loop. You're not trying to overthink this, but it's hard not to. You know, it's easy to say that we're trying not to overthink, but if people can only be in your head right now, I feel like they would be like, holy moly, like how are you still standing, you know? Because I feel like I'm channeling your energy and I can heavily relate to it. I can heavily relate to feeling like our thoughts can be literally debilitating to us and our ability to keep going sometimes, you know? And this is where your soul is trying to call you out on. And this is all loving, okay? I want to make sure that before I start talking more and further into this, I want you to know that the way I speak is the way source and whatever I'm channeling in the moment, whether it's this reading or another one to come, that's always meant to come from a place of so much unconditional love for you, the viewer, and compassion for your journey, okay? I hold absolutely no judgment in any of the readings that I do for you guys. Everything that I do is meant to help you guys grow, heal, and become the most empowered and healed version of yourselves you can possibly become, okay? So when I talk, don't take it personal. Just understand that the way it's being channeled is the way you're meant to hear it. And if there are any triggers at any point, you know, usually it's your body and inner world's way of trying to communicate to you that this is something that you need to look at. It doesn't mean that it's something to fight or let your ego get defense up, bring defenses up and, what's the word? Avoid or run away from or fight back on or push back on. You know what I mean? So, okay. With that, let's just get into it now. So we got the back of the deck energy. We were able to kind of dive into that there. It adds more emphasis here. Now I'm understanding the backstory, right? Let me just read out loud again for you guys the which cards are with what in case you're writing it down, okay? So for the first set of cards that pair together, it is the High Priestess and the Six of Swords, okay? For the second pair of cards, we have the Four of Cups and the Eight of Pentacles. For the third pair, it is the Six of Wands and Death. And then for the fourth pair, we have the Chariot with the Knight of Pentacles, okay? And do not forget this Love Significator card. So I'm going to zoom out now that you guys had a chance to kind of look there, just so you guys are going to be able to see the rest of the cards I'm about to place on the table before we dive into the tarot and everything else, okay? So, for the first, we have 4 of these cards here. So I guess we'll just pair them. I wasn't planning on making them perfect, so this is great. Aesthetically pleasing stuff is working out in your favor a little bit. I do layer stuff on though, so do make sure you're taking notes if you want to look back on this, because slowly this whole table is going to get covered up with other cards, okay? So for the first card that is going to come right underneath here, we have the Nine of Swords upright. And this is ruled, I think that is, what is that? I've been having brain farts with the planet signs, planet symbols. Might be Mars and Gemini.
So it says mental anguish, psychological trauma, lost hope or love, dark thoughts, anxiety, fear, nightmares, insomnia, worry, and then the word no. Okay. Next up, we have, yes, the Tower. So this Tower card is ruled, again, this might be Mars and Aries and Scorpio. It says a narrow escape. Oh, it's in reverse. I just realized that. The Tower in reverse. A narrow escape, disaster averted, near miss, resisting change, stall, delaying the inevitable. Sorry, my just tongue twisted myself. Next up, clarifying this third area, we have the Hanged Man upright, ruled by Neptune and Sagittarius, and it says resisting surrender. Do you not see the theme here, guys? Resisting surrender, uncertainty. Oh, sorry, this is the Hanged Man reverse. Again, I'm sorry. Resisting surrender, uncertainty, delay tactics, resist, stalling. The word stalling has came up twice. Stalling, lack of focus, and on hold. And then lastly, we have the Knight of Wands ruled by Sagittarius, and I think that is the symbol for sextile and trines aspects in astrology. It says swept off your feet, shameless flirt, over the top, adventurous, rebellious, energetic, confident, charmer, excited, heroic, travel, and sexy. All right. Next up, let us start the reveal. And I will dive right into this because I just don't want to I don't want to just trust. I don't need to explain nothing to you guys. I'll just do it. So you guys actually ended up receiving 3 different sacred geometry cards, and that is the most that any of the piles have received. You guys actually received a lot of different cards here. So for the first one that wants to come through, my higher self deck, you have, oh, this is a really cool card. It says perspective, where the top one says higher self, this one says conscious, and this one says subconscious. Next up, for a Malefic card, you guys again have received the Tower. There is emphasis here on the Tower card. With the number 19 adding to 10, this is instantly giving me the energy. And the 6 of Spades is about the 6 of Swords. So something has massively shifted for you in the midst of the journey. Something, it could be a perspective shift. It's something that you know that must be taken care of. It must be done. Next up, I want to do this one. It says practice self-reflection, with the words at the bottom being introspection, self-awareness, self-discovery, and growth. Let me try to slide these up. I just realized I did that, and we need as much space as we can get here. All right, let's hope that this gives us enough space. All right, I want to do a sacred geometry card. So this one, oh wow, okay. It says root chakra. The frequency of the root chakra, the red flower of life, stimulates passion and supports our sense of security on this physical plane, both in our bodies as well as in the physical world. Some of you guys may have felt drawn to not only pile 3, but also pile number 2. If you feel called to look there, you know, feel free to after this portion, but it really, like, I'll tell you when source nudges me, because like normally source will tell me like, hey, this is when you tell them to go to the next pile. So maybe during the reading I might say it, but we'll see if the feeling comes back up. Okay, for the next card you guys have received, it says conception. The number 16 is standing out to me, and again, I believe that is the number ruled by the Tower card in the Major Arcana of Tarot. The frequency of conception invites us to bring our consciousness to our origin, the place where everything in creation begins.
It helps us to remember the infinite potential and possibilities of this space and what we can manifest through our own focused awareness and intention. Yeah, it feels like there is a little bit of a lack of that, but you like there shouldn't be. The lack is only like a cover up of how you truly feel beneath the surface. Okay, I just want to make that clear because I feel like you guys already know what you got to do. It's just your soul is here they're kind of calling you out on something that we'll get into. Okay, I might have to do it like this, guys, unfortunately. For the final sacred geometry card you guys have, it says dynamic, and 2 and 3 for me, this is just reminding me of the number 5 that we talked about with the number 5 that came out when we looked at your Rowan card, and it says it's about change, the number 5. So it says the frequency of dynamic supports our ability to harmonize between layers and aspects of different origin and frequency. It helps us to put together a reality that is made up of many different elements, both familiar and completely new, with ease, grace, and great joy. Okay, I like it. Your soul is very instructional, very instructive. I like it a lot. It feels like the way that they're laying things down. I'm happy that I put all the cards out. There was so much brutality in the way that they wanted me to tell you things at first. And now I think I'm seeing where the sweetness comes into the message, and it's making me happy. For the third to last card, it says nature. Okay, I'm understanding. For the final Malefique card, you guys have birds. Okay, again, pile number 2 energy. But in its own way. And lastly, you guys have courage. Okay, this is where I'm gonna say it. If you guys did feel drawn to pile number 2 as well, source is telling me to take you guys there now. So you can stop this reading. This is all you needed to hear already about this part. Move on to pile number 2, okay? For anyone that just want and resonated with pile number 3, stay. And we'll keep on going. All right. Now that we were able to like do all of this, I have a lot to say, okay? So like really like buckle up, listen up, take what resonates and leave what doesn't, okay? What your soul has been trying to tell you, pile number 3. You are in the midst of a massive transformative period in your life when it comes to some sort of journey or endeavor you've been on for quite a while. And this transformation is something that was always kind of planned for you in advance. This was a divine intervention, like kind of what I was talking to you about earlier. Like this was all in the cards for you. Like this was planned whether you wanted it to happen or not. And the reason for that is because of the thing that you're desiring. It requires this transformative period to happen in order for you to get to the next step, the next level, whatever like this endeavor is. It feels like this is an essential piece to the puzzle to get the thing. But I feel like you know this. Deep down, you've been aware of it. It's just, there has been a stall. And I think the reason why is because you didn't really fully understand the how behind how to begin this thing, start this transformative period, like make it take effect in your life fully. But it's because you're overwhelming yourself before it can even start. And so your soul really needs to tell you right now that you have to take a step back from the chaos of your mind right now. And the only way you can do that is if you zoom in rather than zoom out on the situation. You know the things you have to do, pile number 3, but I think right now, you know how they say knowledge is power? I think you have a little bit too much insight or information. Maybe if you guys do like to do pick a card readings a lot, like I'm picturing somebody who's like looking up on the search bar of YouTube, like like pick a card. And then they're like trying to find the one and they can't, like it keeps kind of leading them somewhere, but it doesn't fully give them the full like insight. But I'm hearing that insight, that full thing, the information that you're looking for, it's inside you already, pile number 3. Like I feel like you already know how to do this. You have muscle memory from this journey and endeavor that you've already been moving through for quite a while in terms of how to stay consistent and grounded. But the thing and the reason why things are kind of feeling uprooted and a little bit chaotic right now mentally and overwhelming is because of some sort of realization, some sort of clarity shift, some sort of thing that's kind of asking you to transform right now. And it's in a big way, in the sense that this is kind of make you step out of your comfort zone. But you're not afraid to do it. That's something that's coming through very like well and strongly, is that I can see that you are not afraid to do this oh my God, I'm sorry, my words keep messing up. You are not afraid to do this whole thing. Your soul sees that, it recognizes that. It's just the way to make the bump in the road get smoothed out so you can start walking down that road, is to take a step back from the chaos of your mind. Zoom in rather than zoom out is what I'm hearing. And another thing is, one thing that can actually help you zoom in is if you get a piece of paper, write down all the messy things and things that you think you have to do, the things that you know you gotta do. I'm hearing the things I gotta do, well, I gotta do this, I gotta do that. Oh my God, like how am I gonna do this? How am I gonna hold this? Like there's overwhelm, and I can only imagine how you're feeling, because I can relate to that very, very well. Write that all down, okay? Writing it down is gonna help you see it in front of your eyes, right? And it's gonna help you access a part of your brain that's gonna take you out of the anxiety spiral for a little bit. Writing it down is also going to help you be able to access more of the logic side of your brain, to kind of rationalize and analyze things a little bit more clearly with more of a fact-based mentality. That perspective switch is going to help you tremendously to conceptualize specifically what it is step by step you should do. And there might be bigger things on that list that you know you might have to break down into baby steps. But here's the thing, that's exactly what you are supposed to do, pile number 3. There's no time limit or time frame on when you need to get this stuff completed. I think a lot of this is the pressure that you're putting on yourself to get somewhere as quickly as possible. But in order to make sure that your heart is fully in this pile number 3, you have to let it go at your soul's pace. And you need to really ask yourself, what is that pace for you? How can you make sure that you have enough energy reserved? And by the end of the day, each and every day as you move forward on this journey, how can you make sure that you're still showing up for yourself too? Because one thing that I am seeing for certainty is that this journey can't move forward the way it was in the past if you don't work on working with your body's abilities, your nervous system's abilities, and your energy levels, rather than trying to bypass those things and just keep grinding. Does that make sense? There's a dynamic that you're doing right now that was good for one period of this journey, but the dynamic needs to change in order for this transformation to take place, and you are aware of that. The breaking it down and all those things that I just shared, those are the things that are going to tremendously help you. It seems like your soul is kind of giving you like the anecdote right now. But at the same time, they know that I still feel like you guys are going to keep saying, but how do I? Here's the thing. A lot of what is coming through right now is when I'm looking at this birds card. So this birds card in the Malefique deck that I own, this card is usually about like gossip, okay? Like people like chirping, saying things behind your back, things like that. Ew, I don't like that. I bet you guys don't either. When I look at this is reminding me of the energy of like, there's birds flying over your head making tweets, but they're not actually there. There's a lot of paranoia in the air because of the transformative energy around you. So try to make sure that you stay more in the logical side of you. And that's why I said doing that list is really going to help. And also grounding will ridiculously aid you in your ability to stay regulated as you make out your game plan for this next chapter. Let me see. You have to do this. Like no one else can do this for you, but you're aware of that. Let me see how I can do this. It's so interesting, you know, I wasn't expecting them to be so like straight up, but okay, there is one more thing here before I start the next thing. You are protected, okay? Pile number 3, the anxiety that you have about the what ifs. You are so ridiculously protected. This was all divinely guided, and this was all divinely planned for you, the moment you are in right now, okay? I know it feels like it's a lot to handle. I'm sensing your energy right now. I'm channeling it. it feels like I'm about to get a headache on the back side of my head towards more of the right side. And then I'm also feeling like I'm getting a headache right on the left side of my head too in the front. There is a lot of like a juggling act, a lot of balancing, a lot of trying to figure out what to prioritize versus what not to, or let things, hold things off, what to put on now. Like it's chaotic energy, guys. There needs to be so much more grounding. And the only way this grounding can get accessed and unlocked within you is if you believe and reassure yourself how protected and safe you actually are. The birds. I feel like a lot of this is in your head. Don't speak too much about this until you're in the transformation and you figured out your game plan. This is something that you are capable of figuring out on your own. This part you are capable of figuring out on your own, okay? Don't look for answers elsewhere, okay? When it comes to friends or peers or people around you. They do want the best for you, I'm hearing, but they aren't capable of holding it to the extent at which you are because of the experiences that you've already gone through to get you up into this point. Okay, that's how Source wanted me to say that, or your soul. I'm sorry if I keep saying Source, it's just a force of habit, but this is your soul, okay? Yes, but you need to really hear this because I keep hearing, but what if? You are protected, okay? Just do the thing, take that step back, zoom in a little bit better, but the zoom in will only happen if you write the things down. Put the thoughts outside of you on paper, please, pile number 3, or else this spiral, this tornado is gonna like lift you up, stall the progress even more, right? And it's gonna keep you feeling like you are incapable of figuring this out. But the power is all in your hands. This is a you thing, not everyone else thing. I keep thinking that you're looking for bigger answers outside of you, pile number 3, but you have them. You're a lot more stronger and wiser than you realize. Age is but a number is what I'm hearing too, because I feel like you guys keep doing a lot of self-comparison, or like you're heavily judging yourself. But I keep thinking it's because you're sharing a lot. For some reason, like when you share things before they're like, when they're really like premature, like this situation is very premature right now, so it's not a good idea to talk about it with people. It starts to make you overthink, because of you'll see their facial expressions, their reactions, like, you know what I mean, about other people. So, or their opinions, like you don't know what's your thing and how you're feeling versus what's their thing. So please cut that out for now, because your soul is really trying to help you concoct something beautiful that's meant to be sacred. And the only way it can be sacred is if you go in your inner world right now and figure it out. You need to make this precious by keeping it to yourself and hold it close to your heart. That's where it wants to be. Okay. With that, we're going to keep diving further into this energy. But before we get there, let's really see where the cards like add clarity here. But I feel like we already did a lot, but I did get cards that came out. So it's like there's got to be more to it around the but what, how do I, that anxiety I keep seeing. So we're gonna see why it has been so hard to hear this, even though I feel like your soul has already given you some sort of solution. We did get the cards come out, for a reason. So I'm gonna get this setup of cards here because maybe it'll help you. Maybe you're just needing some reassurance right now, and that's why they came out. So we did get a back of the deck energy here. And it is from my shadow work deck. So this is something that you'll be feeling right now or be in, and it says illusion. So it says seek reality, even if it's raw and challenging. And that's what I feel like you're in the midst of, and that's what we've been talking about so far. But the words at the bottom say mirage, fantasy, and deception. Next up, you guys did get, you got a lot of cards here for this part of the reading. That's why I'm saying, why has it been so hard to hear this? Maybe we'll get even more insight, because I feel like there's a deeper wound source to this anxiety that needs to be revealed. So first up, we have party, external. This is the first time I've ever seen this card, and I've owned this deck and used it for so many readings. This is where I'm layering, guys.
Then we have action, courage, Jupiter, and beginnings. And courage is standing out twice. For a chakra wisdom card, you guys have the third eye chakra coming out with the keyword recovery. Okay, I think I'm getting this. But let's not jump to conclusions. Then we have cycles, change, and completion. And I like how change is like yellow. It's glowing in comparison to cycles and completion. And then past, lack, and suffering. And lastly, for the throat chakra, it says quest. Okay. See, it's opening up new doors here. There's a deeper wound here that we didn't get to touch. We're just touching the surface with what they told you. But okay, this is where I need tarot, because I can tell that there is something a lot deeper when it comes to why it's been so hard to hear this that we didn't get to really touch upon. So, okay, let's see how this wants to go, because I'm looking at, I have two tarot decks and on the side, and I'm like trying to decide which one I want to use. This is my tattoo tarot deck. Let's see what happens. Why has it been so hard for pile number 3 to hear this message from their soul? Why has it been so hard for pile number 3 to hear this message from their soul? Okay. Interesting. What's coming through, I want to just let this one card that flew out stay. We have back of the deck energy, and it is the 6 of Swords. So I am liking what I'm seeing with this. It's showing to me that, you know, I feel like you're getting some comfort right now from the reading, and that's making me feel really good. Because that's what I'm here for. I'm trying to do that for you. But we did get the Knight of Pentacles coming through, and there's only one card that did come out. So let me get my Hermetic Tarot deck, because that's what was coming through. I was like, use both, but I was like, how do I use both? So now I get it. Why has it been so hard for pile number 3 to hear this message from their soul? Why has it been so hard for pile number 3 to hear this message from their soul? Okay, see, this is why I sensed I should have used both. We have another back of the deck energy, and it is the King of Cups, Prince of the Chariots of Waters. Okay, well, you're listening. 7 of Swords. Yeah, but you're still anxious. Okay, I get it. There's still doubt. There's still self-doubt. But it's not your self-doubt to carry. That's what I'm hearing. That's the thing that, okay, that's interesting. It's not your self-doubt to carry. Let us keep that in mind. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to get these cards without ruining the setup we have here. So this card landed over here upright, so we're going to keep it here. It's the Wheel of Fortune. So again, the Wheel of Fortune's coming through. Next up, to fill in this area, we have the Ace of Cups. The 3 of Swords. And I really like how they're using the zodiac signs in this the images. The 3 of Swords, instantly I'm looking at the Capricorn, and this is not Capricorn. Is it? Could be. I think it's Capricorn. I'm having a brain fart again. It's either I think it might be Capricorn. Yeah, 3 of Swords, Capricorn, and Libra. And then next up, we have the 6 of Pentacles. Okay, this is the deeper thing, yeah. And then lastly, the Ace of Wands. Okay, so there are a couple things coming through with this. It seems to me like some of you guys that are listening to this may have already shared the situation you're in with somebody, and then somebody already told you what they think you should do.
but then
it didn't like sit right. It didn't like click. It didn't resonate. It feels like you guys are very emotionally driven people. And so for at least the people that are understanding or resonating with what I'm saying right now, if you're not resonating with it, don't worry, I'll get to you. But for that case, like, because you're such emotional people, like there was something, a situation, you might have shared this stuff with somebody and then they were like, oh, you should do this. And then it didn't like click. It didn't sit with you well. It just felt weird. It felt wishy-washy. When in reality, you want to feel like it aligns, it makes sense, it clicks well with you to do it. There's a reason for that. This is so interesting, right? Because now I'm hearing, so if that resonated, keep that in mind. But then the second thing that I'm seeing is like, you figured out what you had to do because of this thing that happened. It clicked. You shared it with somebody. You didn't hear the thing you wanted to hear. There was something that you were expecting or hoping to hear from them. And the reason why you were expecting, I'm going to tell you right now, your subconscious was expecting it, is because this, like, you already knew deep down what you have to do or what you feel like you need to do, but then they said something else. And that also like was like, oh, I don't know how I feel about that. But then it's like at the end of the day, like the ball is still going to be like in your court. And so it may have been hard to hear this because you've been really just debating and feeling like torn. Like your brain is kind of like shooting at all different corners and areas right now because it really doesn't know where to put its focus on or who to trust, what to believe. And what I mean by who to trust, trusting the inside outside of you or trusting what you feel is right to do. And I want to tell you, pile number 3, there's no right or wrong answer on how you do this. It's where your heart and where you feel like your soul is saying, this is what feels right for me. At the end of the day, you're still going to the place, but you need to do what you do need to prioritize right now is the regulation and believing in yourself. No matter what you make, what decision you make, you know that you're going to figure it out because this is how bad you want this thing that led you to this endeavor and journey in the first place. So like, this is where you need to believe in yourself more. This is where you need to know that no matter where you go or how you do it, what matters is that you maintain the courage, that you maintain the resilience, that you maintain that energy of perseverance. And like, honestly, as long as you do this with integrity, intact, that means staying true to yourself, this is going to be good. You're going to learn what you need to learn out of the situation. You're going to get what you needed to get out of the situation to go into the next thing. And that's why it's been hard to hear it, because it's like there's too much noise outside of you right now. And now we got to go back in. There needs to be more focusing on how you feel. What does pile number 3 want? You got to ask yourself that. Like, what do I want? Because there was a bad dynamic in the past of like, pleasing others for the sake of doing it because you just think they know better than you. I don't know. Maybe you may have been bullied or like taught to believe that you don't know as much as you think you do or that you do know. Like, I don't know. The self-doubt energy that isn't yours, that thing I said earlier, it feels very strong and prevalent here. Like you're healing that. That's a wound that I feel like you've carried, but it's like generational. It's like it was passed down to you, but that lack of feeling like I'm not enough, that was something that got carried to you, passed down to you. This isn't really your energy to carry, because you got to really ask yourself, pile number 3, like, how far have you really come since you started this endeavor or journey? Because it really feels like you've made it. You've gone through a ridiculous amount of stuff already. And I feel like the version of you from 2 or whatever years ago, whatever, like fill in the blank as it makes sense to you, years ago, they are looking at this version of you in awe because of the things you've had to carry on your back. It is insane. And I don't think you're giving yourself enough credit where it is ridiculously and tremendously due. And that's the biggest reason why this has been hard to hear this. Okay. But that's all like past wounds. Oh, my heart goes out to you guys, because I relate to this heavily. Like I've dealt with this before. I've gone through it already, but I'm telling you right now, the moment you start keeping more things to yourself,
the more you're going to get to give yourself chances to see how much you're really capable of figuring your own stuff out. But if you never give yourself those chances and you keep sharing it, then, you know, it starts to sort of feed into a silent truth or whatever can become a false truth that, oh, like, I don't know enough to figure this out on my own. And you don't want to keep feeding that. You know what I mean? This is the time to go through this in order to go through this transformative period, you have to accept that this is where you're leveling up by becoming your own true leader in your life. And you're leading this path for real now. Like you're taking the training wheels off kind of energy. And you are protected. That's what led you to clicking on this pile in the first place. You are heavily protected. Did you see the amount of stories about the protection here? It wards off evil. You are so divinely guided. This was all meant to unravel the way it did, for you to hear this, for you to get to this point in your life. You're doing everything right, okay? Don't feel like you're wasting time. Don't feel like this or that. Just let yourself breathe. Just let yourself be still and see what wants to come up. Write it down. Don't replay it. Don't freeze. Don't let the thoughts swallow you whole and make you unable to actually take the action necessary to bring them out of you. Okay. I love that we did that. Next up, we're going to now move into what your soul is truly craving right now, okay, at this moment. So again, like I said, I already did the shuffling. I got some cards out here, and we did get some back of the deck energies again. So the first back of the deck energy here we have is 7th house with partners. And then I'll just do this. 7th house with partners. And then this is not a back of the deck energy. This is a card that flew out. It is Saturn. Oh, that was Saturn. That's the symbol of Saturn. Sorry. We have Saturn with truth. And then for another back of the deck energy that wanted to come through, we have Wild with the number 15. And then we have 2 cards that did fly out, and it is Family and Tribe. And Love. Okay, I love this. I love what's coming through. Now I get why the root chakra came through earlier. And we still have some more cards, so let me not jump to conclusions. This is another back of the deck energy. It is childhood with the word innocence. And I think that was the final, yeah, that was our final back of the deck energy. And then the card that did fall out is Tsunami, Wake Up Call. And then for the final card that did fly out, my shadow work deck, it says breaking mental chains. Old belief systems can keep you stuck. Be willing to challenge and rewrite them. Yes. Okay. All right. So with this and everything that we're looking at, you're probably still thinking about there's like some people in your life that mean a lot to you, but their way of thinking is very different than how you think. I don't know if those are the people that keep coming through that you're sharing this stuff with. They can still be a part of your life, but they don't need to make decisions all the time for you. And so that's something that I really want to share.
your soul is starting to really, really crave you honoring how you really feel. It's craving you to start to like believe in yourself enough to know that you already have the answers and you have what it takes to start doing things this way. We already shared a lot of the different ways you can start to embody and honor the message that came through from your soul. But to add into it, like these people can still be a part of your life, but they should just be there for support when you already made the decisions for yourself, when you already figured it out, when you already in the midst of it. They can be there to be like, supportive. I don't know if you get what I mean. Like, let's say you did all the things you had to do and now you're really tired and you just want to have a friend to like talk to about it with, or you don't even need to talk to them about it. Maybe you don't want to share too much. Deep down, you're going to know the things that you want to keep to yourself versus the things that are okay to share. But you are in control of how much you choose to share versus what not to share, right? If you think there's certain things that are too vulnerable right now, they're too delicate, they're too fragile, then keep it close to your heart until the incubation period of that thing is complete and you know that it is stable, it is strong, it is firm, it's standing strong, and you're able to bring it out. You know what I mean? We don't want to take something out of an egg before it's hatched on its own. It's undeveloped, it's incomplete. It's fragile, it's delicate, it's vulnerable for anyone else to throw crap at it that isn't its thing to carry. You know what I mean? And so the thing that your soul is truly craving is for you to discern between what's your truth versus what other people's truth, so that you can go forward on this thing and really do it. Do it now. You are capable of it, and you are extremely protected, but the thing is that now you have to protect it. It's like, do you get what I mean? You are protected from anything outside of you, but now you need to show yourself how much you want to protect your baby and this thing and this journey and the decisions you're making, because make every moment of this sacred. Make every moment of this moving forward as precious and important as possible. You know what I mean? What I mean by that is when you're writing the things down, make that a sacred moment for yourself. Not just anybody should hear about that process. Make this reading a very precious and vulnerable sacred moment for yourself. Not everyone deserves to hear what's unraveling in your inner world. Let that be a moment when you're ready to share it. You'll know when you're ready. But if it's coming from impulse, maybe that impulse is coming from an old wound of people pleasing, of trying to give people what they want to hear, or to feel like you're not alone. And I do think that there's a little bit of a fear of rejection or abandonment coming through from the past that is still sort of calling the shots on how you've been dealing with this journey you've been moving through. And so your soul is craving for you, though, now to start showing up as the leader you are and were when you started this, but even more now than ever. Be the parent of this thing. You know what I mean? Because the people are just there for the support aspect, but you're the one that should be calling the shots. It's time to break the things that are holding you back from that, and that requires you to have good tools for self-regulation. And what's interesting, we're going to get to that part. We're actually about to, but I got these new decks that I just recently started using for my pick of cards. And these are decks that are going to show you exercises for stress and anxiety relief to help you build resilience. And then also journaling prompts you can do in your own time. And look how many journaling prompts you guys received. This is the most cards out of all the piles that I've done for this video topic. So, and you guys got 2 de-stress exercises as well as the coping skill for stress and anxiety relief, So I really think you're gonna have a lot of ways to start doing this for yourself, but make sure you keep it sacred and close to your heart until the development of it all is complete, and you're stubborn enough, you're firm in it enough to not let yourself sway when you share it with somebody, because that's where you start losing your footing. And then you start letting more insight or too much thoughts get in your head, and then you get carried away, and then you freeze, and then it creates stagnation. Does that make sense? Okay. So with that,
Let us now go a little bit deeper here. So we shared what your soul is truly craving right now, but now let's see how you can honor this message to the fullest, and so you can like walk away from this reading feeling like you're applying everything you needed to apply. And look how many Sacred Creator cards you guys got. Like, what? This is the most cards out of all the decks and that I think I've ever received in any reading since I started using this deck. So you guys got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 cards. So that is absolutely insane. These two felt called to pair together. That's why I did that. Now I'm hearing that this is back of the deck energy. Let's see what it says. It says shift the way to new potential. And the 10, 2, and 9 adding to 11. You are on your new beginning. You're in the middle of understanding everything we're saying, we're hearing together. It seems like now you're ready to start taking really good action, integrating everything that we've dived into so far together. So this is very beautiful. Manifesting and doing with the number 59. Again, this is adding more emphasis to shifting the way to new potential because 9 and 5 add to 14, and that is temperance energy. So immediately, again, this is giving me insight that it is time for you to go at it, right? But in order to go at it, you got to do the thing that I shared, what your soul's been trying to tell you earlier about the steps. Zoom in by taking a step out of your head to write it down on paper. Like, do those steps, you know? Next up, oh, these are combined, right? It says you are living poetry with the number 32. Again, 3 and 2 adding to 5. The way you're going to start doing this is changing. The routine, the way you've been doing things up until this point, because now you're having more responsibility. You feel like you're leveling up as a leader. Things are changing, and it's essential change. You know this, okay? Deep down, you know this. Now it's time to bring it out of your head, put it on paper. Start using your hands, right, to craft the thing. Use what you have around you. You already have everything you need to figure this out, okay? Don't think you need more things outside of you to collect. You have what you need. It's just time to start drawing it and like doing it, okay? The freeze really won't go away until you start letting the thoughts go on paper. Next up, we have gratitude again. This is gratitude period again. Okay, yeah, it's telling you to remember like why you started. What is your emotional why again? That's gonna help motivate you, bring that fire back that you need. And I need you to remember that where you're in a pretty lucky or good situation, is what I'm hearing. And so you should be giving it more credit where it's due. Remember that you can breathe. You know, the time constraint that I was talking about earlier, it really is you doing that to yourself on this. You do have a lot more time than you realize. And I know that you know that deep down. It's just hard to accept it. But remember, time is like that one thing that we will never, ever be able to control. Divine timing? Nope. That is not in your control of, okay? So the thing you can control though is how you react to what's given, and is how you feel in every moment, what you choose to let be in control of you, if that's the way you want it to go. And so how about you just surrender to that and just do the things that feel right in your soul each and every moment that happens, every moment that passes by. Do the thing that your soul is feeling most aligned with, you know, on this journey. Next up, we have soul on fire. Fearless expression. 555, I think, is a number of importance for you guys, as well as 1111. Bravely market your magic. Okay, this is where I like it. I'm going to tell you the order I like this. Nourish the sacred feminine. And then lastly, you, the muse. Okay. Oops. I will get into all of this with you let me just finish doing the rest of the cards here. For my Oracle of Ascendance deck, I'm going to have to read out the booklet for this because I do not know what this card is about. We have Element of Spirit. For the Mystic Soul card you received, we have Wisdom. And then lastly, we have, again, another thing, I don't know what it is. This is part, I think, of the Tree of Life, though. Tifereth. I think it's pronounced, maybe. And then it says Sephiroth. Again, I don't know if I'm pronouncing these things correctly, but we're going to read in the booklet really quickly so we can understand what we're working with here. So let us go to Element of Spirit first. Okay. Let's read. As above, so below, Spirit, the fifth element, governs the above and below, heaven and earth. It combines the energies of the four other elements, insight, psychic ability, of the four other elements to provide enlightenment, insight, psychic ability, and connection with the higher self and the divine. Its color is purple and represents the all and the nothing, and it governs all other planets and elements. The 13th zodiac sign, Ouroboros, I remember this, is also governed by the element of spirit. When this fifth element appears in your reading, you are asked to detach and approach situations from a removed standpoint. That's what I'm saying. Do not allow the mundane and the physical to overly affect the work that you do. That's what I'm saying. Remember that change is always a constant. Approaching a disagreeable situation with this attitude will allow you the knowledge to change it. Exactly. There we go. And then, let me just reread that part. Do not allow the mundane and the physical to overly affect the work that you do. Remember that change is always a constant. Approaching a disagreeable situation with this attitude. Oh, okay. Now I understand what that means. Like flow, be adaptable. And I see that that's the thing that I'm kind of asking you to do and we were talking about, right? But let's go now to the other one. Okay. So it says, Tifereth, keyword beauty, the sixth, Sephiroth, balances Chesed and Geburah. It rests in the middle pillar of the tree. Below the non-sphere, Doth, which is the void, knowledge, and enlightenment, Tifereth is often seen as a reflection of Kether on a lower plane, hence it symbolizes self-consciousness. Tifereth also represents compassion, integration, and miracles. It is the visible product of the divine in its manifested form, also embodying the desire for life. It's the heart of the tree and is a sort of central balance. When it appears in your cards, you are being asked to examine your emotions. Do you pay attention to how they rule you? Ooh. Do you acknowledge them or do you shut them out? This card asks you if you are being true to yourself as self-love, not vanity, is chief among healing yourself and resolving the issues at hand. Okay, wait. So I'm going to reread that because I think the way I read it might have confused anybody. So this card asks you if you are not being true to yourself as self-love is chief among healing yourself and resolving the issues at hand. So it's telling you basically like if you're not being true to yourself, self-love is the thing that and healing yourself is the thing that's going to help resolve these issues at hand. And so this is again adding more emphasis to that root chakra card that we first received in your reading. And the reason why I'm saying that is because there is a lot of knowledge and power here inside of you already, pile number 3. It's just that you're doubting it a lot, right? We were talking about this for a while now. And it's saying like the way to honor this message is to debunk that doubt once and for all. And that means you have to go and explore your inner world. So with that, before we start going into the rest here, I do want to share, I am a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing. You know, I do offer one-on-one work. I do work with clients one-on-one, and I also do group and healing work, workshops, gatherings, events, and circles, all things healing focused and related, virtually as well. You know, I'm in the middle of creating a waiting list for that. And then I do the one-on-one work as well. So if that's something you are interested in, I have 2 links in the description box below. One takes you to sign up for the waiting list for those virtual healing circles, and you'll literally be able to select exactly the topics of interest you would want to be updated or informed on regarding the types of events I'll be holding. That way you don't just get everything at once. And then for the one-on-one other link, it'll take you to my link tree, so you get to see like who I am, you know, why I do what I do, and also where you can sign up for a free soul clarity call with me to see if doing one-on-one work would be something that would be a good fit for the both of us. You know, see if we can work well together, see if what you're looking for to debunk or unravel within you is something we can do. And, you know, I just want to make that clear that if that is something that you are interested in, the work that I do is meant to help complement therapy, okay? I do not compete with therapy. I am not a therapist, nor am I a counselor, okay? The work that I do is meant to facilitate space for you to go into your inner world and explore those things, uproot. And I hold space for the shadow work, basically. I hold space for you guys to sort of figure out those things, bring them up to the surface so that, let's say therapy is something that scares you. Let's say therapy is something that you want to do, but you don't know where you would begin. The work that I do with clients, I help them figure out those things so they can go to the therapy and be like, this is what I want to work on. Do you get what I'm saying? And we work on a little bit together. I give you some nervous system regulation insight. I give you some knowledge on how your brain works. We get to figure out where you're coming from. And yeah, that's it. So if you want to check it out, feel free. But I was getting off in a tangent with that. But I just wanted to make it clear. It's just because I had an incident happen recently, and I really want to make sure that people understand that I do not compete with therapy, okay? Therapy is amazing. I have a therapist. I love her. But okay, let us continue. So that is one of the things. It is going to the inner world and heal the root source of it. That is something that needs to be dealt with, because the self-doubt is going to keep creeping up and messing with you as you continue on your journey. Whether you move on to the next, like the transformative thing or not, pile number 3, the fact that this came up, it keeps showing to me like that root chakra energy is still here and it wants to be looked at. You know what I mean? Like it wants you to explore that. There's another thing too. I do have a playlist on my YouTube channel that is about root chakra healing. I really feel like I'm being called to share that with you if that's something you want to look at. Even if whether you believe in the root chakra stuff or not, I use it from a psychological standpoint to help you guys learn how to make a home inside yourself. So when you're going through releasing any forms of self-sabotage, you'll have some tools in your toolbox to help you practice, you know, feeling safe in yourself when healing gets like really chaotic and you need a place to ground, okay? Because that is super, super duper crucial to release anything of the old if you're trying to step into new. Does that make sense? Okay, now let's keep going. So, manifesting and doing, you are living poetry. This is you being told to believe in yourself. All these other things, I think I already shared. This is about you remembering why you started, and that's gonna light your soul on fire, right? With fearless expression and bravely market your magic. I do personally believe that this is kind of showing to us that there's gonna be a moment when you'll get to share everything. But that moment has to start inside you first, where you feel ready to let the flower bloom. The flower is in its seedling stage. It's not even a full-on flower yet. You have to wait for that flower to open up fully, to reveal its beauty, right, in time, but it takes time. And don't worry about anyone's thoughts and stuff. Just let yourself get like a strong foundation inside yourself first before you start spreading the news about it everywhere else. Because this nourish the sacred feminine alongside you, the muse. What matters first is that you feel grounded in yourself first before anyone else can start asking you the questions and make you feel wobbly. We don't want that. We want you to feel firm. We want you to know that you got your own back first, pile number 3. Don't expect others to pick you up when you fall if you struggle to pick your own self up off the ground when you fall. Because at the end of the day, the relationship that matters more in any other relationship in your life is going to be the relationship you have with yourself. And right now, one of the most heaviest things that you need to prioritize in order to honor the message that came through from your soul is to prioritize you, your well-being, and releasing those things that are holding you back, which is the beliefs, the lack of belief you have in yourself. Which again, remember where you started when you started this thing, and then where you're at now, right? All the things that you had to go through in life to get to that point, to start it, right? And then what you're hearing now. Really like sit on that. You have grown so much. Like you should be really ridiculously proud of yourself. Like literally, I'm applauding you. All right. With that, I'm gonna share with you the exercises and prompts that you guys can do in your own time after this reading or whenever you feel called to start exploring this further and honor this message further. So with these things, I'm gonna read everything that comes out on the cards out loud. That way YouTube can take it and make the captions for different languages around the world in case you guys don't speak English. And then also I do highly recommend that you guys pause the video every time I show a card and screenshot it or write down what's said in like a journal or something. That way you guys can really use this stuff on your own. This is stuff that I'm not gonna try to decode or translate or like interpret because these are just exercises for you guys to do in your own time to help honor this even further, okay? And then obviously do the things that resonate, leave the things that don't. Lastly, to finish up after I do this, we're now going to go to your final channeled messages from Source. I already got some sliplets of paper out for you from my little jar, and you have some healing light messages coming through that are affirmations meant for you, okay? So I'm going to leave that to the side, but let us get into this. So here are the prompts to start us off. What would you like to master in your lifetime? Describe your attachment style and explore how it has impacted your relationships. Is there anything you'd like to change? How can you navigate the emotions that stir you up? These questions and prompts are so freaking on point for your reading. I am so blown away. That is insane. Okay. Sorry. I get amazed too, guys. Trust. The second to last one. What recent decision do you regret? And then lastly, what are your hard no's and red lines? What are your hard no's and red lines? Basically asking about like your boundaries. Now, beautiful souls, here are the exercises you received, 2 de-stress ones, and then 1 skill coping thing. So let's read the stress. Oops, I guess this one wants to come through first. See how 5 is like everywhere? Go to the center of yourself. Close your eyes. If there was a center in you, where would it be? Look for it and keep your attention to it. If the center feels small, imagine it growing like a balloon. If it's difficult to find your center, look for it in peace. When you find it, rest in it and breathe. Stay there for about 5 to 10 minutes. By returning to your center regularly, you will have better recognition of your emotions, feelings, and needs. When you're not just serving others, you will feel more powerful. You better be screenshotting these things, please. Okay, this one really, I'm going to leave it for last. For a skill or practice exercise. Emotional release. In 2 minutes, write down all the emotions describing what you are feeling right now. Using 3 more minutes, write down all the emotions you felt in the past 7 days. What do you notice? And then for the final exercise, from goal-oriented thinking to flow. The next time you do something, focus on the thoughts you have during the process. How often do you think about the goal or the timetable you have? If you want, you can count the times your mind wanders from the flow of doing to the goals or the measuring of them, in parentheses, success, timetables, etc. Look, 4 and 1 adding to 5. That's what I'm saying, 5, 5, 5. The present moment will keep you detached from peace, the here and now, and the flow. By researching your own thought patterns, you could become aware of the power of thought and reduce it. Wasn't I just giving you a way to do that earlier, guys? This is the element of spirit card. Like, this is what you're meant to do. So screenshot this, please. The fact that they both, sorry, that's my alarm. Ooh. The fact that they both add to, like, they're both 5, this is confirmation that you have to do these practices. Whether you want to or not, guys, come on, suck it up. You can do it. I believe in you, please. And then here are the final channeled messages for you guys from Source and Soul and Spirit to you. Inner beauty. I open the eyes of my heart and direct my gaze to the light within every being. Personality and physical appearance are in the image of man. Beauty and goodness are in the image of God. Manifestation of light. I see the beauty in me. I grow and develop my inner self in harmony with light and beauty. I free myself from negativity. My heart transforms, my intellect shines, and my inner light grows. For the first message, you are not confused. You are just learning to trust your inner voice. You are not confused. You're just learning to trust your inner voice. You buried it because you thought you had to, but your shadow is still carrying the weight. You buried it because you thought you had to, but your shadow is still carrying the weight. You didn't manifest this, you tolerated it. There's a difference. And until you name that difference, you will keep confusing misalignment with misfortune. You didn't manifest this, you tolerated it. There is a difference. And until you name that difference, you will keep confusing misalignment with misfortune. The next phase is locked behind the choice you keep postponing. Oh my God, I'm so tripped out, guys. I literally intuitively hand selected these, but they were all folded. I didn't know what they said. Every time I use this jar, I kid you not, every reading, it always amazes me how accurate. The next phase is locked behind the choice you keep postponing. The second to last one here. Remember, you are the one healing and trying to grow, not them. Remember, you are the one healing and trying to grow, not them. And then lastly, to finish up your reading, my beautiful pile number 3s, You are not behind. You're just early to a timeline that hasn't fully downloaded yet. You are not behind. You are just early to a timeline that has not fully downloaded yet. Exactly. There you have it, guys. Honestly, this was the most amazing, this was the best reading to finish off this entire video with, because you guys are the last pile, and I'm just like, feels like Source saved the best one for last, and I just feel so honored that I got to do this reading for you. I want to let you know that you have someone rooting for you and by your side, and it's me. Okay, like seriously, I may not know you, but I feel like I have because of the energy that I've channeled, and I can relate to a lot of this very, very well. I've gone through it before, so if you ever want to talk about it in the comments down below, feel free. You know, I'm here for you. I am trying to build a community of other people that are trying, I want others to be there for each other. I'm really trying to turn my YouTube channel into a space of like safe haven for people, because like healing isn't fun, and because it's not fun, it's also not fun to do it alone. I've gone through my healing, the biggest and darker parts alone. I started my healing journey at 19, so when you're 19, that mindset a lot of people don't have, and it was extremely lonely, and I felt extremely misunderstood and all those things. And that's one of the reasons that led me to making this channel, is because I want people to never go through what I had to go through alone. And feel free to write any messages or share anything that you feel called to share during your own personal growth journey in the community section on my YouTube channel too. I think that that's what YouTube did a certain update on regarding like the community tab, but I might be wrong on that. I'm still trying to understand those updates that YouTube does every once in a while. But with that being said, I really hope this reading gave you everything you needed and you were looking for, what that led you to clicking on this video in the first place. If you could give this reading a thumbs up, would mean the world to me. Any little form of engagement that you do with my videos really does help push my content out there, help spread the word of what my platform and what I'm trying to do here is all about. I really do believe that it's healed people who help heal this world, so let's be the ripple effect that helps make that thing a reality. With that being said, I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day, and hopefully I will see you in my other pick a card readings to come. Bye.